All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, good morning, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the stream. Hope we're all doing well. Ramsey, good afternoon. Dylan, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Ricardo as well. Welcome to the stream, as well as Stephen. Hope you're doing well, brother. Good to see you, man. Just fixing my microphone here. It keeps falling down. All right. Here we go, guys. We're back again with some more DC-6 action. Should be a lot of fun today. Thinking we're gonna knock things up a notch this time. Last time we obviously used a lot of the automatic flight or artificial flight engineer, should I say? So yeah, this time we are gonna just change things up a little bit, and I'm gonna try and do everything manually myself, really. So it should be interesting. Anyway, without further ado, let's get into it. Flight Aviation, welcome to the chat. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you, man. Just been for a walk to the beach. Sounds nice, mate. Sounds nice. I've just been sat in front of my desk all day doing work, so and reading the PMDG manual. Can't afford Microsoft Flight Simulator. That's unfortunate, dude. I mean, one day, hopefully. I mean, if you've got, $1, you can get the Xbox Game Pass, and you can use it for 3 months. Then I believe you can use the Xbox Game Pass for 3 months for $1. I believe. We can check that in a sec if you like, but that's a good option if you just want to get in and play it for a bit, maybe while you save up. When will you fly the L1011 TriStar? I didn't know one of those existed for the sim, actually, and to be honest, I don't actually know what kind of plane that is, so yeah, I don't know. I'll check it out, though. Tom B, welcome to the chat. I love VOR navigation. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Yeah, I've not done too much of it, to be honest with you, so I'm still sort of learning best practices. I'm very much used to using, GPS, but yeah, I think I've managed to work out a pretty cool flight plan for us today, using just VORs, so we're not going to use the GPS in the DC-6 at all. Hey Ramsey, thank you very much for the 350 stars, dude. Much appreciated. Very generous as always. Thank you. And if you're on Facebook as well, I'll just remind you that it is Creator Appreciation Month or Week, something like that. And if I get a target amount of a certain amount of stars, I can't remember how many it is actually. I think if I get 7,000 stars, I think they'll give me in return 10,000 or something like that. But basically, it works out really good because people give stars as they're generous tips towards the stream. They enjoy the content, whatever, and I end up getting basically double and a bit more from Facebook. So I'm not asking, but I'm just mentioning it. C Thamran, welcome to the chat. Good to see you. It's been a while since I've seen you in the chat. I hope you're doing well. You're watching Aloha Airlines 243 right now. Awesome, dude. Awesome. Whereabouts is that? How many stars? A lot of stars. Oh dear, Flight Aviation. I don't think I've seen that. Yeah, the subtitles are sometimes a bit wonky, aren't they? I was waiting to get you on a stream to do something. What would that be, Ricardo? Steve Thamran, do you suggest to buy an Xbox? I don't know. I mean, it's just personal preference, I think. I think if you don't want to commit to getting a good PC, then I think the Xbox is a really good option. Just obviously bear in mind that it might be a bit more awkward to play with more complex aircraft, but I mean, they should, anything that's available in the marketplace should work okay on the Xbox, from what I know. But I don't know that for a fact. But as far as how the game plays, apparently it should run at 4K 30 FPS with no sort of, visual degradation versus the PC version. So it should run pretty good. And I don't know if the Xbox offers you an option to change the resolution. I'm assuming it does, because obviously not everyone has a 4K TV. But if, you don't have a 4K TV, I imagine you'll be able to get an even higher frame rate. So yeah, I imagine it's probably, a fairly good option for a lot of people. Hey, Ricardo, dude, thank you very much for becoming a supporter. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. That's very, very generous and kind of you. You'll have to let me know as well. I put some videos up on the supporter page to sort of welcome new supporters. You have to let me know if they actually work, because Facebook's a bit janky when it comes to uploading those. All right. Anyways, let's get into this then. So here we are. We've got the beautiful DC-6 in the Scandinavian livery. We're going to be basically continuing on from our last stream. So you may remember we were Scandinavian 452. We flew from Malmo up here to Bergen, and yeah, we're kind of roughly basing it on a sort of real life destinations that Scandinavian used to fly in the DC-6. They're not, totally realistic, but yeah, these are destinations that Scandinavian did fly in the DC-6. So I'm really loving it. One thing I wanted to show you guys actually before we go any further, I found this really cool video actually of when the DC-6 was first released. I guess this video was something that was promoting the aircraft in the public, so I wanted to just share that with you guys. I thought it was quite interesting. So here we are. Gonna lower the music for this.
In Santa Monica, California, latest in a long line is the Douglas DC-6, and Ben Howard, test pilot, demonstrates the reversible pitch propellers on the 4-engine craft that add to both safety and ease of operation on the ground. With the props in reverse pitch, the giant plane could be slowed down during an emergency landing. Many other war-tested devices are incorporated in the luxury airliner, which ushers in a new era in American aviation.
That looked like quite a big rotation from what we've been taught to do in the sim.
56 passengers will travel in up-to-the-minute comfort on board this successor to the famous Skymaster. Pressured cabins, soundproofing, traveling at a speed of 300 miles per hour in roomy cabins that can be quickly converted into sleeping compartments for 26 passengers.
Converting the seats into beds. Love to see it. Look how the seats just move forwards like that. That's so cool.
In this 20th century magic carpet, you'll soon be able to laugh at time and space and dream your way across the vastness of a nation at 20,000 feet.
Also, do you notice the guy right here?
Carpet, you'll in 26 passengers.
You notice this guy right here who's just lighting up a cigarette on a plane like you do. As you would have done back then.
In this 20th century magic carpet, you'll soon be able to laugh at time and space and dream your way across the vastness of a nation at 20,000 feet. An ancient chore in a modern
bathroom.
setting.
Bunk beds.
Everything snug as a bug in a rug, ready to call it a day, and tomorrow comes on wings of safety. Bye now.
There we go. Pretty cool. I also found a bunch of other stuff online. Basically, just really old school route brochure type things, and yeah, I found this really fascinating to just look through. And you can see, well, sorry, not route, brochure thing, is timetable is probably the better word. And yeah, I mean, they've got all the timetables in here. I found this quite interesting here. If you look at the articles carried free, so this is like, you know, what we'd call like, you know, hand luggage these days. So what you're allowed to carry free, provided they are in the passenger's custody in the cabin: an umbrella or walking stick, infants' food for consumption en route, and infants carrying basket, a reasonable amount of reading material for the flight, a lady's handbag or overcoat, no man bags allowed, I'm afraid, a wrap, a small camera and a pair of binoculars, and a foot rug. Very interesting. And yeah, there are some other stuff as well. This is a 1958 timetable, and if you actually look earlier on to sort of, I think I looked at some other brochures that were like at probably the early 50s, maybe late 40s. I looked at some other ones, and you weren't even allowed cameras back on the planes back then because of, you know, I imagine, you know, people taking on stuff to develop the film with, like acids and various stuff like that. It does also note here that certain countries forbid the use of cameras and binoculars in their territories. So yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff. I found this quite interesting as well. Fountain pens and lighters. You won't find this on a normal, you know, on a modern timetable. Due to low pressure at high altitudes, fountain pens are very likely to leak. So when on board, take care to open your pen with the point up. Or better still, ask the air hostess to open it for you. I thought that was interesting. The low pressure also affects cigarette lighters, so ensure that yours is not newly filled. There you go. And then you've got, you know, all the full timetables as well. There we go. This is just one page. But yeah, this is where I got some of the inspiration from, and I think in the future we're going to do some more sort of actual routes that carriers did. Probably only cost £1 to fly, or $1. Actually, it does actually say the rates in there. That's one thing I wanted to show you guys. So if we go here, I think it was somewhere in the back where it had the rates. I also found this depiction of the globe quite interesting as well. Like the route map as well is just insane. Like you just wouldn't have expected it. But if you have a look here, you know, the routes they used to do, you know, they just link up to so many destinations, and they probably just took the planes like halfway across the world and back on some routes, stopping in various different locations. I found that really interesting. And this spiral polar projection it's called, I thought was quite quite an interesting one. I'm not sure what they had against the what is it called, the Merticore projection that we use nowadays. And then it did have the prices in here as well. I'll just see if I can find it for you. It might have either been in the start or right at the end. I can't quite remember whereabouts it was. So this is a timetable still. Let's see. Oh, maybe this one didn't have any in. Some of them definitely did have the prices in. Yeah, it doesn't seem like this one's actually got the cost in, which is strange. A lot of them did have the cost in. I did save a few more though, so if we go down to this one here, which is from 1956, I think this one did have the prices in. Let's just see. As you can see, the route network quite a bit smaller, even just a few years before the last one. This is just all timetables. Okay, no, so that must have just been Europe. Yeah, it's still pretty big, I suppose. And they've got all these proposed routes on there as well. Again, this is a very weird projection of the globe. You've got Australia up here at the top right. And then another one there. Oh dear, I've got too many tabs now. That's not what I wanted to close. Right, let's see. I just want to find there was definitely some with the prices in. Here we go. Alright, so yeah, let's see if we can find one where the currency is going to be, it's going to make a bit more sense, because obviously a lot of currencies have changed since then. Alright, here we go. So we've got from... See if we can find maybe like London. Here we go, London in pounds. So let's see. So London to Copenhagen return £53.19. Cheap. I mean, it sounds cheap, but obviously you got to remember inflation as well. So this was 1956. So if I go for, what was it? So Copenhagen 53.19. 53.19 GBP in 1956. You can actually work out the inflation. So okay, so this is saying £100. £100 in 1956 is £2,000 last year. So half that fare would have been, if you convert it to today's inflation rates, just over £1,000. So pretty pricey, really, when you think about it. So there you go. I thought that was really interesting. And that website for you guys, if you want it, if you want to have a look yourself, there's stuff on there from, you know, all different airlines, many different years. Like if you go here, absolutely tons of airlines on there. If we just go to Europe, there's just tons. So yeah, enjoy. Poor Max. Dear oh dear. Alright. Cool. Alright then, guys. So here we are. We've got the beautiful DC-6, and what we need to do first of all is I want to share the route with you guys. We're not going to jump on board just yet, because we want to just get everything planned out properly. So I actually spent a bit of time in both Navigraph and in Little Navmap trying to plan this out. So I'll kind of go through my process for you guys, just so you can kind of see what I did. I'll bring up the fuzz pad here. And what I was doing initially, because I find this map quite clear and easy to look at here on Navigraph, so I was just trying to look at, because we're going to basically fly VOR to VOR, and we're just essentially working out what we can do to get from here, which is our departure, to here. I've lost Trondheim now. Here, basically. So from that red circle, from basically just here. So this cluster where all these airways meet, from here to here. Now, VORs do have quite a long range, so this isn't that far really. It looks quite far, but I think it's about 200 odd miles. So we could actually just use 2 VORs to navigate from here to here. And that would be that. So there's a VOR actually on the airport here at Bergen, the Flesland VOR. So we could use that and just follow outbound on a radial, and then at some point we can switch over to the VOR here at Trondheim, the Vienna's VOR, and we could track that inbound and then set up our approach from there. But I thought that was a bit boring, really. I mean, it flies over a pretty stunning part of Norway, but this whole sort of northwest coastline is pretty stunning. It basically just flies over the higher mountains here. You can see the minimum sector altitude here, 10,400 feet. So yeah, it gets pretty high, but I thought it might be a bit more interesting, a bit more fun to actually fly up and around the coast here, because there's VORs at different airports all along the coast here. So instead I came up with a route that basically takes us out up to the north here and round. So you can see this line basically that runs around the coast. Roughly we'll basically be following that line to here, like from here up this line here to here, and then we'll break off and set up an approach from there, because we'll be in the descent at that point. And this is what I came up with in little nav map. Did they have an ILS in the 1950s? They did actually, yeah. I'm not sure how widespread they were, but the ILS was actually invented way back in 1938. I actually looked this up last night because I was wondering about it. And yeah, I mean, they had instrument landing systems back then, so yeah, perfectly time specific or time relevant to use one. Although, having said that, you know, they might not have been that widespread. I didn't look into it in too much detail, but I do know they were first introduced, or at least invented, in 1938, and I imagine they were introduced sort of in 1940s. And obviously this plane was at large in the 50s, so I imagine there was a few knocking about. Send a link in Discord. Yes, I can. Yeah, sure, man. I think I actually DM'd it to you on the weekend. I think maybe if you check your DMs as well. But anyway, so this is the route we came up with. Now, yeah, basically what we're going to be doing. I'll just close this stuff off at the side here, just so it's a bit easier to look at. I haven't decided on a cruising altitude yet, but I imagine it'll probably be somewhere around 11,000, 13,000. And yeah, you can see here our plane at Bergen on the ramp here, gate 43. And yeah, we're basically going to follow the Flesland VOR. We're going to follow that outbound on a radial of 358. And then this is where it gets a little bit interesting. This is going to be an interesting leg, because there's no VOR at the start and the end of this leg here, because this is an airway here. Basically going to follow an airway, which, I mean, we don't need to do necessarily, but obviously we're trying to fit an old style flight plan into a new style sort of air traffic network. And I thought it might be quite interesting to try and follow an airway. I mean, there are airways that are linked up by VORs all over the world. And I mean, this, I suppose, is one. It is possible to fly this, I think. So I don't think we should have too many issues. You can see all the airways here. And if we search around for a while, you'll probably find there's quite a few that are linked up by VORs directly in a straight line. But this one has a turn in it. However, these 2 points here, these are both anchored on a VOR, so I think we can fly this. So we'll follow this outbound on the 358 radial. Then we're going to basically turn to 606 degrees, or 006, and we're going to fly a heading from that point. Now, we'll have to check our flight plan and see what the forecast winds are for this leg, because we might have to do some wind correction so we don't drift off, because we haven't got anything to... we're just going to be flying a heading, so the wind could push us off track here. However, what I thought might be useful is we can actually use this VOR at this airport, the Fluoro VOR. On this leg, we can actually use that to check our position along this leg. So I've drawn some sort of measurement lines off this VOR here, and what we can do is we can use these to check our position. So at 19.9 DME from this VOR, we can tune this in. We'll get the DME and we'll be able to see our heading in relation to it. So we'll be able to see at 19.9, we can expect to be at 161 degrees from this VOR. And so on, we can check this at 3 different points here. and that should help us sort of, you know, I just placed these in sort of just so it looked like it was an equal distance away from each other. It's not too scientific, but I think that should work and help us stay on course. And we can also make sure we check the winds as well in the forecast beforehand. Obviously, there's no way to see the winds in the DC-6. There's no indication of the winds, so we'll just have to kind of, you know, just check the winds on our forecast and add some wind correction if needed when we dial in the heading here. So that's what we're going to do there, and then the rest of the flight plan is basically just following VORs. So from two top, we're going to follow the 024 radial or course into the Vigret VOR, and this particular area is pretty damn stunning. In fact, this whole area along the coast is just absolutely stunning. That's why I think I prefer to do this one. And then outbound from this VOR, we're going to follow the 051. We're going to then pass over this VOR, KVB. We're going to follow outbound 072. And then at some point, I think we're going to break off from this radial. Depending on what runway we're using, I'm not sure which runway we'll be using yet. I think it's probably going to be runway 27 at Trondheim. So I think what we'll probably do is we'll probably break off. Actually, it depends. It depends what the procedures are. We'll check that, but that's essentially the en route route we're going to take. So that's that. Pretty cool. It should be quite interesting. Like I say, we're not going to use GPS at all. We're just using ground-based navigation using the VORs. So should be pretty fun. So when you hit the next VOR, it will pull you onto the radial if slightly off. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we're going to fly, obviously, a heading at that point, but this VOR is going to have, you know, this leg itself is it's 50 miles, but this leg here is only 24 miles. The range of this VOR is that, which is 130 miles, and that reaches almost to our departure airport. So yeah, I mean, regardless of if we do get off track, we can always just pick up this radial at any point, or course rather, because it's inbound. So yeah, I mean, we could also just fly straight out and pick up that course inbound, but then we won't be following the airway. So that's what I wanted to just try and accomplish with this. So if I bring up the airways here, you can see we're following the Zulu 105 airway along here. Between these 2 points. So that's it. Pretty cool. And as I said earlier on, we could probably fly the whole thing just using 2 VORs, but I thought that is not quite as fun. So if I add a range ring to this VOR here, and I add a range ring to this VOR, this is actually a Vortex, I think. I can right click on it here. I can't add a range ring for that. There. I guess you can't add it. Oh, there we go. There we go. So that's got a range ring as well, which is actually not quite as far, but you could still probably fly this section here without any, you know, signal. It's not that far really. Back in the day, obviously, you know, when they used to fly, you know, they used to fly from Copenhagen to Los Angeles, and the route for that is basically straight over the North Pole and down into Los Angeles. So they would have been flying over tons of ocean and areas of the world that don't have nav aids. Because as you can see, if you look at Greenland here, even today, you know, if I bring up all the nav aids, if I bring up MDBs and VORs, you know, you look at northern Greenland here, there's nothing. Nothing at all. Even southern, you know, you've just got a few down here, a few along the coast mainly, and a few airways. But they would have, you know, they would have flown all the way over here and down and into Los Angeles without any ground-based nav aids. So yeah, that is just an absolute walk in the park, really. But I wanted to, like I say, take the scenic route, so to speak. Not that this isn't scenic, and follow the airway. So that's the best way I could find. If you want to follow an airway, you can't really go through the center here. You have to go around the edge. So that's it. Proper flying. Yeah, I mean, by modern standards, I suppose it's quite old school, really, isn't it? But so that's it, really. Let's get it all into SimBrief then. So I haven't done a flight plan yet because I wanted to kind of just do this with you guys. So I'm going to create a new flight here. We're going to go for the same flight number. We're going to be SAS 452, and we're going to go from ENBR to ENVA. We're going to select the DC-6. And I'm going to make sure to put this in pounds so I don't forget. And our departure time is going to be, we'll just say in a while, because we're going to try and start this thing up all just fully ourselves. Now, this climb profiled cruise and descent profile is a little bit different to what I think it's based on a slightly different DC-6 that is being simulated here. So I'm not sure if these are entirely relevant, but yeah, we're gonna do that. That's fine. I'm going to take a bit of extra fuel because I am just concerned that if I'm doing things myself, it might get a little bit funky. So I'm going to take a bit of extra fuel, but what we're going to do is we're going to get this thing fully loaded. So we're going to go for 68 passengers, and then the cargo, I'm not sure an exact figure to put here, but let's put 10,000 pounds and see if we can get the total weight up pretty high. And then we're going to take our routing here. We're going to just ignore this routing. We'll delete that. And another reason for why I chose this routing is because I wanted to fly, continue our last flight. I wanted to do that. But at the same time, if you have a look here at, say, Bergen, for example, our departure airport, if you look at their standard instrument departures, they're all RNAV departures. So you can see here at the top it says RNAV departures. Now you can't do that if you don't have a GPS. None of these waypoints are based on, they're just points in space. So you can't, use a radio to find the location of these. They're just based on, latitude and longitude coordinates. So yeah, there you go. There is one here, but it's just straight out either way. And then you would expect vectors. So I suppose we could use that one, but I'm just going to leave it off just for simplicity. And there you go. Yeah, it's the same on the other end as well. All the arrivals into Trondheim, they're all RNAV. So again, we can't use those. So what we'll probably do is we'll probably just set ourselves up on an intercept for the ILS at Trondheim. And at Trondheim as well, I would have said we can just stick with the style we're going with and just use a VOR approach, but they don't actually have a VOR approach because there isn't a VOR. It's just a TACAN. So they don't have a VOR approach here. So we've got to use an ILS. But that's fine. No worries at all. Make things a little bit easier for us after we've challenged ourselves the whole way. So yeah, there we go. Let's get the routing then. So we'll go back to the little nav map here and see if I can remember how to get the route here. So we go flight plan, copy flight plan routes, and then we'll just paste it in here. We'll delete these two off the end here. I'm not sure what this one is here. Let's see. I'm not sure what that is what that is there. Huh. All right, we're just gonna do it like that. So we're gonna go from the Flesland VOR, take Zulu 105 airway to KVB, which is here, and then we're gonna go direct to the airport from there. And like I say, we can use this as a nav aid on the way in, but we're not going to actually fly to it. We're just going to use it as guidance and then Just get ourselves set up for the approach. So that's going to do it. Let's then go for generate. I don't think we need to do anything else there. And there we go. So we've got some remarks here, probably because of the weight, and this fix was not found. So that's fine. It's not a big issue. Still, like I say, it's the same route, so no worries there. And let's see. Payload cargo limited by maximum landing weight. So again, not an issue. Takeoff weight is 85,901. Okay, fair enough. I wanted to try do a wet takeoff today, but it seems like because of the landing weight, we can't take enough payload to actually land within the limits and also take off on a wet takeoff. A wet takeoff is about, I think it's 89,000 pounds, and obviously we're under that. So we don't need to do a wet takeoff. We'll just do it like that. That's fine. So that's no worries. Airtime is 1 hour 18 minutes, so it should be a pretty action-packed flight, I think. And there we go. So I'm going to close that down now, and I'm not going to use a little nav map when we're in flight. I'm going to hide my plane on there, so I don't want to cheat and use that to know my location. I'm just going to, just go off the raw data. I'm not going to use my plane location on here either. We're just going to go from the raw data and do it that way. So that's that. And we can import our flight plan into SimBrief here. However, you guys don't need to see that. So let's bring that down. I was going to do it on VATSIM as well, so let me just pre-file before I forget. What I'll also do as well is bring up the checklists, and we're going to go through those to get this thing set up. I'm going to put on my remarks on my VATSIM flight plan. No GPS. Hey, Ibrahim. Sorry I missed the notification, but thank you very much for becoming a follower, dude. Much appreciated. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm not sure why there was no alert there while I was in the fuzz pad, but appreciate that. Thank you very much. Claire, also thank you very much for sharing the stream. Much appreciated. Absolute legends. Thank you very much. And Julian, thank you very much for becoming a follower. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okie dokie. I noticed we're getting a pretty high bitrate on Facebook today, so hopefully the stream should be looking nice and crispy. Let me know what it looks like, guys. Lewis, welcome to the chat. Hope you're well. Good to see you again. What was that program where you've hid the plane? That was a little nav map. So if you just Google it, I'll put it in the chat as well. Little nav map, and it's a super, really good program. It hooks up to your sim as well and brings in all your nav data and stuff. So everything that you see in there is what is in the sim. So you know you're definitely going to be able to fly it, which is great. Okie dokie. Alright, so I think it's about time to jump on board and start getting things set up. Just have a quick spin around here. We're at Bergen currently. As I've said multiple times, this is a freeware scenery, and it's absolutely brilliant. It almost looks like payware, to be honest. And I have looked at real pictures of the airport, and it does look like this. They even have these massive numbers here printed on the jetways, which is very cool. Obviously, we're not at a jetway. You wouldn't use that for this this aircraft. And we've got the mechanic stands out. We've got the oil pans underneath the engines there, the blue things. And I found the pitot covers as well. I think last stream I was wondering what they were, and here they are. So big thanks to the Flying Fabio for showing me that today. And yeah, let's jump on board then, guys. So we're gonna just not trip over this this tug here, and let's do this thing. Boom! Here we are. Alright, let's sit in the captain's seat. There we go, beautiful stuff. Okay, so it's time to get things set up. Let's first just set our weight and balance. So I'm first going to empty out the aircraft completely. And we are going to set our block fuel. Block fuel is going to be 9499. We're probably not going to be able to set that in here using... because it's not a round figure, but we're going to go for 9. 4, and we'll just go for 9.5. Oh! No, I fully filled it. That was my bad. I didn't mean to do that. Hopefully I've not messed it up now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then we're just going to go for 9.5. Because I don't think you... Oh, I suppose we could go... No. There's no point. 9.5 is going to be our total fuel. Total passengers is going to be 68 as we input into the flight plan. And our cargo is going to be 2.8 thousand. So let's go for... Oh, no, that fills it full. Click to empty, scroll to 25%. Okay. So that's given us 2328, and we want 28. So there we go, 2828 should do it. Gross weight is 86165. So that's that. Pleasure, Lewisnator. No problem at all, dude. No problem at all. Looking good on Facebook. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Thank you very much, Ian. Tom says you'll be flying in my backyard today. Joy flying over Sogne Fjord. If you get into trouble, you can land at Floro Airport. Or is that Floria? I'm not sure exactly how you say that. Amazing, dude. Awesome. Well, if you're joining us, I hope you enjoy the views from in the sky. It should be pretty nice. Our cruising flight level is going to be pretty low, I imagine, in the DC-6. Sim Toolkit spit out 130, so yeah, it should be some pretty nice views. It's looking pretty nice weather out here in Norway today. Very clear, unlike what it was the other day when me and Marineth flew into here. So yeah, pretty good. I'm sure there's a sign on here in Bergen, actually. Let's see. I'm sure there's a sign on this cliff in Bergen, in the real airport. I'm sure I saw it on the screenshots as well. Let's just speed this thing up. I wonder if it's just based on the distance. No, it doesn't seem to load. Maybe I need an additional asset pack for that to show up, but never mind. Right. Okie dokie. So we're going to run through... It's gotten really bright in here all of a sudden. Anyway, let's just roll on here. Okay, so we're going to get this thing set up manually. We're not going to use the artificial flight engineer for... I'm going to try and not use him for anything, although I may need to. We'll see. We are going to be flying with realistic engine damage, realistic start, realistic everything basically on, and just the Bendix radios, so this could get interesting. Everything's looking, we've got a low amount of hours on everything here. Engine oil is looking fine. You can see how it's sort of drained out as well, or being used rather, different rates by different engines, which I think is a very cool simulation. And then the fluid quantity is completely full, so that's fine. And yeah, we're gonna just we're actually just going to put this out the way now because we don't really need it anymore. And we're gonna get going with the preliminary checks. So I may need sextant celestial navigation. I think that's what the Navigator used to have for long flights. Tiny window on top. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So there's this little window here, and yeah, they would have used that to see, you know, the position of the sun or the stars. That's what that window is for. Because when you fly this aircraft, you have 3 or 4 people, right? So you have this seat here. You obviously have the pilot, who would fly using, you know, obviously the controls, and that's it really, to my knowledge. And then you would have someone sat here who would be doing the navigation and setting all the navigation up and making sure you're on course. You would have someone sat here who is basically just tweaking everything. Basically this whole center console would be responsibility of the flight engineer, so he would set the power, the fuel, the propellers, the gear, the flaps, the carburetor, air, mixtures. I'm not sure if he would do the gyro pilot or not, or the radios, but obviously all the other stuff he would do. And I imagine he would probably be in control of the gust lock as well, maybe. Yeah, and then obviously this flight engineer would then have access to see up here in case needed. You might even have another person back here as well. And then obviously the flight engineer's got access to all the circuit breakers as well back here. And yeah, basically the captain and first officer, they're just trapped in place by this first off, the flight engineer. So yeah, very cool, very cool. Aziz, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. I hope you're well and having a fantastic week. Welcome to the stream. Loving the stream, bro. Chilling out in the grass, having a smoke, chilling to the tunes. Sounds amazing, mate. Enjoy. I hope you enjoy. It's an extra add-on. Yeah, I thought it was. To be honest, I thought I downloaded it. I might have just downloaded it and not actually put it in my community folder. Yeah, it says Bergen, I believe. Yeah, just well, you can't see it from here. No, yeah, you can. Yeah, just on that little cliff there. But yeah, I think it's, like I say, it's something I forgot to install, so never mind. Alright then, so we're going to follow the checklist to get this thing set up, so it should be pretty interesting. Now, I'm going to try and put the checklist up on screen for you guys, so you guys can kind of see where we're at with things. Now, if it gets in the way or it starts to become annoying, just let me know and I'll just get rid of it. But yeah, we're basically just going to follow this to begin with, because I don't know this all by heart. It's pretty long, this pre-start checklist, so we're going to go through it now and get ourselves acquainted. Alright, so cabin attendants temperature control panel set. So that is actually up here on the right, and we can set the temperature here. Obviously it's not active at the moment, but you would set that first for whatever reason. I'm going to set it to just under 70. That's Fahrenheit. So I think that's about, what, just 19 degrees, something like that, in Celsius. Emergency equipment stowed, hand fire extinguishers installed. Now, one thing I actually saw on another stream the other day, well, just today actually, on Flying Fabio, we've got a fire extinguisher, but if you have a look closely, it was last inspected in 2007. It was due another inspection in 2019. And it seems to be out of date. Also, this arrow here should be in the green. It says, look, you can see here, it says recharge. This section here is recharge. 0 psi here, and then overcharge is up here. So we're just going to ignore that. Then we've got the main radio and circuit breaker panels. Actually, wait, could you guys even see what I was showing there? I don't know if you guys would have been able to see that because of the iPad, but yeah, you can just glance back at it here. 07019, and then yellow arrow here should be up here. Zenem, thank you very much for subscribing. Sorry if I said that wrong. Hope you're well and having a great week. Welcome to the stream. And then we've got to check the main circuit breaker panels. So we'll come back here and first we're looking at the main and radio circuit breaker panels, which are these ones up here. These are all set. And the inverter circuit breaker panels, which I think they are on here. Now, it doesn't say inverter on them. They look like comms. But nevertheless, we can see by looking at them, all the circuit breakers are up, except for there's a few here that aren't up, which is these ones here. You can see they're not up, but they're not actually clickable. So I assume this is equipment that doesn't exist in this aircraft. But other than that, they're all gravy. Alright, then we've got battery and ground power switch to on, so we'll jump up overhead, and plane battery and ground power is up here. So first of all, we'll switch this one on and put it to battery ground power, and then we can click this here and see that we've got ground power. And then we're currently on plane battery, we'll switch this to ground power, and then we should get some power in the aircraft. You can see the lights on now. And something that you can do in this aircraft as well, which is quite cool, that you can do in the real aircraft, is you can actually twist these lights and it will dim them. So if I twist that all the way down, it actually goes off completely, although it still should be, you know, you should probably leave it on a bit, but obviously you might have them brighter during the day and dimmer during the night. Pretty cool, and that works with all of these. So this one here as well, if I turn that all the way down, you can see when I press it, it doesn't come on anymore if I turn it on just dimly. And any light in here, they all do that. Very cool. Love the attention to detail. There is also, well, we'll come to other stuff later on. What else have we got? Battery selector switch, ground power, just did that. Position, fuselage, cockpit, and flight compartment. I can read. Flight compartment lights as required. And I mean, it's pretty bright here today, so we're just going to leave most of the lights off, to be quite honest with you, unless we need them. Seat belts, safety seats, safety belts, and rudder pedals adjusted. Let me just do that real quick here. I'll set my own seat. Rudder pedals are in the right position, looking good. Great stuff. So back up here, the no smoking and seatbelt signs can come on. That's here. One thing I've noticed it doesn't have in this checklist is for some reason it doesn't seem to have the position lights. So obviously you would put your nav lights on when you're on the ground. So we'll put those on here. That's this switch right here. We'll put them on steady. You can put them on flashing as well. But we're going to put them on steady, and if we go outside, you should be able to see that they're on. Just there. Kind of difficult to see, but yeah, they're there. And maybe this one's easier to see. There we go, because it's in the shadow. Okie doke. Water injection pump switches are off. That is these switches right here. Propeller emergency de-icing controls. Oh, now that is a question. Where is that one? So I believe the de-icing stuff is all here. And we're looking for the propeller emergency de-icing controls. I don't think this is actually on here. You've got a prop de-icer, but it's not the emergency one. Now, I believe this checklist is arranged in a way where you don't have to hunt around everywhere for some things. Oh. Prop de-icer ammeter selector switch. Oh, it's no, it's not. I thought it was that one for a second there. I found this the other day. I just can't. Let's see. Emergency exit lights. Propeller emergency de-icing controls. Huh. I did find this literally last night, but I can't seem to find it right now. I'm pretty sure it's... Oh dear, I must have clicked the start by accident there. I thought it was... I'm sure it was above, but Maybe not. Oh, here it is. I'm dumb. It was right in front of me. Propeller emergency de-icer controls. Obviously, they're all guarded and off, so that's fine. Cowl flap selector switches to open. Now this is quite a cool one. We'll come here. These are the cowl flaps here. Let's just get the camera set here. Maybe we'll go. What's a good camera for this one? There we go. That's a good one. So you look around the edge of the engine. You've got the cowl flaps here. These little sort of squares. If I jump back inside, if I can learn how to use the camera system properly, there we go. And we're just going to put those all to open. And you can see them opening up there, and there's a little bit of a shake as well whilst it opens up. That's quite interesting and very, very cool. Great stuff. And we're going to set them all to fully open while we're here on the ground. Obviously get as much air into those engines as we can for the cooling. Fuel booster pump circuit breakers, I believe they are right here, under here. They're all off. Sorry, they're all set and on. They're all aft and on. Fuel booster pump switches are off down here. Cooling turbine switch, which is... What have I just clicked then? I keep clicking stuff when I move around. I don't know how I do that because I'm not using left click, I'm just using right click. Cooling turbine switch. Now this was one that I was hunting for last night, and I think I remember it. There it is. Cooling turbine switch, and that is as desired. Now I was looking at the manual for this, and I believe the normal operation for this one is off on the ground and normal whilst you are in the air. Inverter switches, all three on. So we come up top again, and the inverters, they are here. So we'll turn those on. These are electrical inverters for the engine instruments here, and for, I believe, this one is defining the captain's side instruments. This one is the co-pilot side instruments, and I believe you have them all on for takeoff, and then when you're in the air you actually turn one side off. Probably put it on standby like that. That's why you've got this bar here. So you'd actually put it something like, I think you would have it like that. And then if you needed to quickly switch to another system, you could just pull that bar down. But we're going to have them all on for now, like that. And then we're going to go for auxiliary blower off, which is right here, and it is in the off position. That is fine. Voltage regulator overheat warning light off. Now, that is a good question where that one is. That's open again for some reason. Voltage regulator overheat light. That'd probably be over here, I imagine. This is electrical stuff, but it's not there. Oh, it's right here. That light's off. Emergency instrument switch, if installed, off. And I think I've just seen that a minute ago. Oh, it's right here. This red bar. Generators on, so we'll turn these four on. That's the generators. You actually have this bar here. We can shut them all off at the same time. We'll use that on shutdown. Generators on. All ignition switches are off. Heater fuel switch is normal and down. Should already be in that position. However, let's see if we can find it. I did find all this stuff last night fairly easily, but now that I'm on stream, it's all a bit more difficult for some reason. Heater fuel switch, yeah, we're looking for. Now, it's probably on this side, right? I think that's all of these right here. So heater fuel switch is this one on the far left, and then below that you've got heater fuel ignition selector switches, system number 1 down, which is all these ones here. Heater fuel ignition, sorry, is here. That's down. Let's go to the next page. cabin heater master switch, which is right here. We'll turn that one on, and you can see the fuel pressure go up slightly there for the cabin heater. Turn that off, turn that on, there you go. Airfoil de-icer master heater switch is off, which it is, that's fine. Propeller de-icer switch is currently off as well, that's fine. Carburetor de-icers are off as well, that's fine. Anti-icing fluid quantity, we can check that right here. Full, that's looking fine. Hydraulic fluid, again, that is full right here. Water quantity must be full for wet takeoff. We're not doing a wet takeoff, but we are full anyway, so that's fine. Fuel quantity is looking, we've got about 24,000 in each tank, which is I think what we asked for. Let's just check that. So we've got 2,375 in each tank, so yeah, that's about right, isn't it? Not 24,000, 2,400. So just, yeah, looks fine. Great stuff. We've got nothing in the alternate tanks because it's quite a short flight. So that is that. Excuse me. Oil quantity, we can check that up here. That's all fine. Landing light switches are off and retracted, so that's fine. We can actually put them, I'm not sure if this is telling me to put it in the retract position like that, but that's off in the middle, that's retract, and then you can extend them by putting it to the bottom. So yeah, we'll leave it at that. Engine superchargers are in low. Cabin pressure regulator, let's set that. So we're going to jump over to the side here, and the pressure regulator is actually this one right here. So I'm actually just going to come down like this. It's a bit easier to see it. This one right here. So we're going to set our start marker to our current elevation, which is in Bergen. Let me just load up the charts here. That is 166 feet, so we don't even really need to move that. We'll just give it a little click. Each of these lines are 1,000, so we'll put it about there. I think about there. And then our cruising altitude will set... Oh, sorry guys, you can't see. So I'm twisting these knobs. It's this dial here. Right here on the right eyebrow panel. We're just going to set the start marker just in front of this line. Each of these lines are 100. And then we're going to change this flight. Oops. We're going to change this flight one up to our cruising altitude, which is going to be 13,000. So that's 11, 12, and 13. Now you can see this cabin one is actually moving because this arc, this sort of separation between the two is the maximum differential pressure allowed for the aircraft. So you can't have it any more than that. So the cabin altitude when we're in flight is going to be about 2,900, 2,950, something like that. So there you go. And then this little marker stays here, and we'll use that to set our landing elevation once we're up in the sky. So there you go. And then we go back to the checklists, and cabin altimeter, make sure that's set to standard, which is 1013, which is, you can't actually change that at all, so we'll leave that as it is. Cabin pressure manual control door is closed, which is this one right here, that's closed. Door warning lights are actually still on, so we'll leave those for now. Excuse me. We are going to use self-loading cargo today, so we're going to leave the doors open just for a few moments here. Let's start the flight and get the passengers on board here. Sorry guys. There you go, so the doors are open. Let's we might as well start them boarding so we can get the doors closed, and we'll stay ready for boarding. We've got fuel on board, so we will turn the seatbelt signs on, and the passengers are going to start boarding there. It's only 64, so shouldn't take too long really, so we'll have to try and press on here. Now we've got pressure, we've got to keep the passengers happy. Alright, cool. And then the AC voltmeter selector, which is this one right here. We're going to leave that on engine instruments. You can move that here and see the volts here change based on what is selected. It says to set it to engine instruments for PR. DC voltmeter here again, same thing. All the other generators are off at the moment, so we'll set it to bus, which is just showing some voltage through from the ground power. So that's looking fine. Bus voltage normal. Fire extinguisher selector, valve and discharge handles. In and forward. So that is these handles here across the front. They're all looking fine. And we're actually going to just zoom in on those real quick, like so. And we're going to do a bit of a test here. So next point is to do the fire detector system warning lights test. So we can jump up here and we can press this down. And as you can see, the main 4 lit up there. Let's just turn that down a bit. Yeah, so that was the zone 1 test. This is zone 2 and 3. We can press that down. And there you go. Now, I'm not sure what the difference between zone 1, 2 and 3 is. As you can see, some more lights lit up there. But anyway, this is going to be the forward baggage compartment. You can see here this light's on and these 2. Hydraulic accumulator compartment, which is this one right here. I suppose some of these maybe are supposed to be labelled, but they're not. You know, PMDG has simulated this aircraft, so you know some things in here are not necessarily as they should be. Just because it's accurate, historically accurate. We'll go for the heater compartment. We've got their heater compartment lighting up on that one, and then I believe these L8, these 2 light up on each time, I assume. Aft baggage compartment, that's that one lighted up there. Left wing, which is this one lighting up, and these 2. Right wing, which is this one, and then these 2. Cabin is this one, and again these 2. Tail is going to be this one, and these 2. There we go. So that is the fire system warning lights test. So that's fine. Cockpit heat control, we can set that as well here. Jumping up here, you can set the cockpit temperature here. Now it doesn't say a temperature, it just says normal, warmer or hot. I guess this is because, you know, you sat here, so you just kind of judge the temperature, I guess. Although there is a temperature down here as well. Although I'm not sure. This says it's 100 degrees in the cabin at the moment. I'm not sure that is for the actual cabin temperature. Possibly for something else. I'm not sure what that is exactly, but it's very hot. I assume it's not 100 degrees in the cabin right now. Sorry, what am I talking about? Cabin is not where we are sat. That's obviously where the passengers are sat. So yeah, I'm not sure where it shows the actual cockpit temperature, but potentially you just, you know, adjust this on feeling. That's probably it. Windshield heat control as desired. Now this is off above 10 degrees. That's this one here. You can see the different settings on here. We can just quickly check the temperature. So it's actually about 15 degrees here in Bergen, so we're going to leave that off. Clocks and altimeters, we can set those as well. So let's have a look at the clock here. That's going to be in local time, I think. And now we can switch that to Zulu time there, which we'll set. And that's fine, no worries. Let's set the altimeters as well. So we'll get the meta off here, or can we even just let's get the ATIS. We'll get the ATIS because there's no controllers online at the moment. So we'll get the ATIS from the in-game ATC. Oh, nice one. Thank you, Microsoft Flight Simulator. 30.03. That's not useful to me. We could do a conversion. I think I've got a... Oops. That is not what I meant to do. I just minimized everything. There we go. Right, I've got a conversion table here. So... I've actually forgotten what it was. It was 30.03, wasn't it? Anyway, that's on here, which is right here. 1017. So we'll set that. There we go. It's quite difficult to see the little notches on that, so I find this quite helpful to see what it is. Okay. Clocks and altimeters are set. We're near the end now, guys, so don't worry, we're going to start the engines fairly soon. We'll put the passengers up there as well so you can see that. We're down the Bergen airport on flightsim.to, so I'll grab it for you real quick. I've probably got it in my history. I think there's a few Bergens on there, I'm not sure. Anyways, I'll put a link to it in the chat for you. That's the airport there in chat, everybody. Frederick, good evening, dude. I hope you're doing well. I'm good, thank you. I'm good, thank you for asking. Okie dokie, so hydraulic system bypass control lever down or on even, so I believe that is this lever right here. And it is already down and on in bypass, that's fine. And then you've got the auxiliary hydraulic pump selector valve control lever, which is right here. You want that in brake system forward, which it is. Hydraulic system pressure. Now, this is a bit of an interesting one. I'm not sure the best way to check this because you have over here you have the hydraulic system pressure and it shows 0. You've got the emergency air brakes there as well, pressure. But that's not what we want the hydraulic system pressure. And I'm not sure the best way to test this. I know. So what you can do is you can come here and turn this emergency hydraulic pump on. I'm not sure that's the way you do it, but then you can see the pressure starts to build up. And then we're waiting to see if that gets to between 2600 and 3050. There we go, that's bang on. So bang on about 3050, so that's fine. And then emergency air brake pressure 1500 psi, which is about correct, so that's good. We'll just guard that switch again. Fuel tank selector valve controls in main, so we're going to do that for these. Crossfeed and auxiliary tank valve controls are off, which they are. Propeller master RPM control lever is forwards, which is right here. Engine master controls, we're in number 3 auto, that's fine. Throttles a 1/10 to a 1/4 inch open, so I'm not sure the best way to tell how far it is open in the sim, because obviously judging in distance in a sim is quite difficult, but I'm going to try and I'm basically just lining it up, this part of the throttle levers, I'm lining this up with the top of the close. I imagine that's maybe a little bit more than 1/4 inch maybe, but I think that's probably about right. So we'll leave that one there. And we're going to jump down here. Autopilot is off, or gyro pilot. Mixed controls are all in idle cutoff. Fuel oil pressure warning isolation switches to on. Now, where are those ones? Fuel oil pressure warning isolation switches to on. Is it up here? I don't recall seeing these ones before, so we may have to come back to that. Although all the items so far on this section of the checklist have been kind of down here, so I would have thought... Landing gear warning horn. Ah, you can actually turn it off there. Beautiful. Right. Fuel, oil pressure, warning, isolation switches. Oh, they're down here. Right here. They're all on. Beautiful. Okie dokie. Autopilot servos disengaged. They are. We already checked that, really. It's down here. Landing gear control lever is down. Green indicator lights are on up here. Trim tabs are... Let's make sure they're set. So look down here. Aileron trim is at 0. Pleasure, Tom. No worries at all, dude. Jawar, thank you very much for sharing the stream on Facebook. Much appreciated. Manu, is this flight delayed? No, still on time. If you have a look here, departure time is in 49 minutes, so well on time here. Well, we might depart earlier than that, but I gave myself a bit of leeway. Lower co-pilot panel. Yeah, thank you very much for those two. It just clicked in my head, yeah. They're just a bit tucked away, aren't they? Mahadi, English only in the chat, please, dude. Unfortunately, I can't read that, so yeah. Let's see. So trim tabs are set. We checked the rudder trim as well. That looks fine. You guys can't see that, can you, actually? Rudder trim right here. Carburetor air temperature controls, cold. They're all in cold down here. Beautiful stuff. Wing flap control lever is up. The platypus right here. We could do a radio check as well, but actually, let's do it. Let's do it. We'll get logged onto VATSIM. SAS 452 DC-6 again. And let's jump up here and we'll just turn on this radio right here. We're going to leave the rest of them off for now because we do want the radios off for the engine start. So 122.8 for Unicom. Oh god. Please let me. There we go. Wow. Okay, we might actually have some controls on here. Let me check. Oh, we do. Okay, this could get interesting. Interesting. I wonder what flight plan is. If he's going to give us a different flight plan. I hope he doesn't, because if he does, I'll be upset. I might just disconnect if he doesn't give me our flight plan, because I was really looking forward to flying that. But hopefully he does. That would be very cool if he does. So, looking at the map here, Polaris Control providing air traffic control in all Norwegian airspace except Bordeaux, Ophir. Okay, cool. Yeah, so he covers our airport, and it's 125.250. 125.25 is already in. Make sure my settings are correct here. Polaris control radio check. That's not looking good, is it? Oh, I'm an idiot. I want 125,500. That's the 80s frequency. Right. 125,500. We didn't get any 80s coming through though, unfortunately. Let's see. Can we get the 80s? We actually listen on both these frequencies at the same time here. I'm not sure if we can.
777 identified.
Oh, we can, yeah.
Yeah. Are you actually stand by and stop descent flight level 200?
Great stuff. All right, let's get the 80s in there as well.
Okay. Which flight level I can?
Wrong frequency. There we go.
Yeah, Wizz 777, stop descent,
Oh, I'm an
flight
idiot.
level 180.
12525. There we go, that's the 80s. So hopefully that should come through. If it doesn't, we'll just use text. Polaris control radio check. Someone's got a stuck mic. Anyway, we're going to carry on with our checks while that gets resolved. Radio check is fine. We're going to say that's fine.
180 with 777.
Last station calling, say again.
Okay. Mechanics interphone,
last station
standby.
checking in, say again.
Now, I'm not sure if that's even relevant for us, but I know there's this mechanic call button here. I don't want to press that by accident because it changes loads of stuff. So we're going to leave that.
I have 20 problem with
Okay, so starting engines is the next step. So let's just bring up our tablet here, and we are gonna let's close both of these. Let's close the main cabin doors, cargo holds. We'll bring in the stairs. We'll close these, bring off these stairs, and we'll close this when the stairs are fully in.
777. Clear direct PDUG, Papa India, Delta Uniform Golf.
Okay, there we go. Let's close that. Great stuff. Let's send the tow bar, pitot covers, oil pans, mechanic stands. We'll leave the ground power in for now, and we'll leave in fact, we'll make sure the parking brake's set, which it is, and we shall remove the wheel chocks as well. Okie dokie, let's just get rid of the tablet.
Good day.
now?
212-52360, Greenwich 1013.
I'm going to get the ATIS because it's not come
Scandinavian
through.
112, Polaris hello, squawk 0247.
Alright, so we've got information Quebec. QNH, according to VATSIM, is 1017. So our conversion was correct. Beautiful stuff.
Scandinavian 112, squawk 0247.
And yeah, we just need to get our clearance now. We're at
Squawk
stand
0247.
43, I believe. Stand 43. And obviously we're a DC-6. I'm just making a note of that so I actually say it this time, because the first time I've been on VATSIM with a controller. Let's see what he says. Polaris Control, good afternoon. Scandinavian 452, stand 43 at Bergen, Flesland. Type DC-6, information Quebec, QNH 1017, request IFR clearance to Trondheim.
Scandinavian 4652, Polaris hello. There is my colleague that's covering your position at the moment, so call him 120.65 for clearance.
120.65 for clearance, Scandinavian 452.
Wizz 777, contact us, question Polaris control.
Alright, so we've got
20
someone who's looking at our...
65.
We've got someone who's looking especially at our routing. So let's see what he says.
Polaris, hello again.
We did lost our internet, but we are back on passing 6,500 for level 100.
What's this guy's call sign now? I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know what this guy's call sign is, unfortunately. Centre, good afternoon, Scandinavian 452, stand 43 at Bergen, Flesland. Type DC-6, QNH1, information Quebec, QNH1017, request IFR clearance to Trondheim.
Scandinavian 452, Polaris, hello. Confirm negative RNF.
No RNAV capability, no. Scandinavian 452.
452, Roger, cleared Trondheim Varnes, Omni 3 Delta departure, cleared 6,000 feet, squawk 2632.
Cleared to Trondheim, Omni 3 Delta departure, initial climb 6,000, squawk 2632, Scandinavian 452.
Scandinavian 452, layback correct.
Great stuff. Okay, so we're cleared, and he's given us a departure route, which is what I mentioned earlier on. Actually, I just didn't include it on my flight plan. But we are basically just gonna get. We can just basically expect vectors after we've flown runway heading for a while. But we're cleared, so he's given us that route by the sounds of things. He hasn't adjusted our route, so it should be good to go. Alright, so our squawk is 2632. So we'll set that in here. I'll put this to standby for now. I'm just going to put this back to COM 1 only, just in case the...
Bye.
Just in case, there we go, I need to press that one. Just in case the ATIS starts coming through randomly, because we don't need that anymore. I guess this is is this the interphone right here? No, it's not. Okay, anyways, great stuff. So we're cleared.
Victor Yankee Zulu, clear active.
Clear direct, out of Victor Echo Yankee Zulu, thanks.
And let's just bring up our departure on the charts here. So our preliminary checks are complete. So let's just have a quick look at the departure he's given us. So departures, it's the Omni 3 Delta departure, which is not on this list. So we'll just go to SID here, Omni 3. Oh. Wait, I'm looking at the wrong airport. Okay, Omni 3 Delta. There we go. So Omni 3 Delta is basically just following 350 heading, and then expect vectors. Now, we do need to have a minimum climb gradient, which is basically 265 feet per nautical mile. So for us, we're going to rotate at 100 knots, and our climb initial climb speed is going to be 130 and then 140. So if we use 130 as our initial speed, as a rough estimate, we're going to be kind of right in between here. So our climb gradient is going to be about 800 feet per minute. That's what this table is showing. So no problems at all there. Should be fine, I think. Yeah, I mean, I think we should just be fine. I'm not too worried. We can always maybe reduce speed to 130. Yeah. Now, because we accelerate to 165, don't we? So 165 is going to be, we need about 1,000 feet per minute. I think we should be able to do it. Honestly, I can't remember the exact feet per minute it climbs at, this aircraft. At takeoff or METO power, rather. But I'm pretty sure it's around 1,000 feet per minute, so I think we should be good. And transition altitude is 7,000 feet. Initial climb 6,000, that's per the chart here. So what it'll probably do is it'll probably just tell us to fly a heading, which is going to intercept our first course for the VR. I hope that's what he does. Anyway, we'll see what happens. We actually have a center controller controlling the whole of Norway, so we're going to have ATC the whole way, probably. Anyways, we are ready to start the engines, so let's turn the music down. Let's crank open the windows. For some reason that counts as the doors being open on self-loading cargo, so I'm just going to ignore that. There we go. Got the windows open, and we've got realistic engine start on here, so this could be also quite interesting. So I'm not going to show the checklist for the starting procedure because I kind of know it by heart at this point, and it's yeah, it's kind of not going to be that easy to go through the checklist at the same time. We might skip the engine run-up as well. I'm not sure. Guys, let me know in chat right now if you want me to do an engine run-up or not. It basically involves, you know, doing the magnetos and the prop feathering test and all sorts of stuff. It's not really... I don't think it's necessarily needed for flight sim or not, but I can do it just for completeness. I kind of just want to get underway now, so I'm tempted to just skip it, but let me know. Yes, do the run-up. Okay. If anyone has any objections, let me know, but I will do it then. Alright, so then, first of all, we're going to switch our beacon light on, which again isn't in the checklist, which I think is a bit strange. Usually the beacon light is in there, but we're going to stick it on. We're going to start with engine 3, so we're going to first turn the booster pumps on for engine 3. We'll come down here and we'll just check that we've got fuel pressure for engine 3, which is right here, which we do, so that's all good. And then what we're going to do, let me just get my keybinds correct here. Okie doke. So we're going to set the engine mode selector to number 3 here. And then we've got the window open here, so we can poke our head out the window. So we're going to start the starter and the safety switch.
3.
The flight, mechanic's going to count the blades. We've got 9 blades.
12.
We're going to crank the magnetos and boost prime. Let's see if the engine catches. Which it hasn't. I think I was a bit slow there. Let me just turn the VATSIM down. Because I couldn't hear the flight engineer when he was calling that out due to the radios. So I'm just going to turn the radios down now. And having said that, it's probably a good thing, because that's reminded me we need to turn the radios off for engine start, which we're going to do now. Okie dokie, so we'll try that again. And what you're supposed to do in this aircraft, when you're starting the engines, if one doesn't start, you don't try it again straight away. So we're going to turn everything off that we turned on for that, and we're going to go to engine 4. So we'll go for engine 4, booster pump on, and the fuel pressure in engine 4 is now up. That is looking good. So we'll come back up top, we'll hit the starter like so, poke our head out the window.
3, 6, 5,
9 magnetos.
12.
Oh my god, I've messed it up again. Boost prime. Okay. No. Oh, that's annoying. The scroll wheel messed me up there. Let's see, can I just click these? Right, okay. we'll go next to engine 2 then. Booster pumps on for engine 2. Fuel pressure in engine 2. Now we're going to go like so.
3, 6, 9, 12.
There we go. There she goes. That's one good engine start. Why does this sound so quiet though? Hopefully the windows haven't messed up on me again. Let me just make sure this has not messed me up. Oh no, it's just seems quite quiet. Let's crank the windows anyway. There we go. I mean, radial engines, you know, they are quite temperamental to start from what I've learned, so you know, this is not uncommon for them not to start like every single time, first time. Mixture on, yeah, so in the realistic engine start procedure, you actually don't put the mixture on until the engine catches. I believe that is the procedure. Now, I'm not sure if it makes a difference because I've got realistic start on. Now, I'm not sure if I do it in a different order, it's going to not work, so I'm just doing it this way because this is the way I've read to do it as a realistic start procedure. And PMDG on their forums, they actually put a post up there saying how proud they were of actually making this procedure possible in the sim. So yeah, pretty cool. Anyways, next engine is engine 1. Next engine is engine 1, so we're going to turn the fuel pumps on for that one. Check the fuel pressure here. We have indeed got pressure. And to tell you what I'm going to do is, just before I forget, we're just going to nudge engine 2 up to 1000 RPM so it starts warming up. Just very gently, slowly, looking for the RPM here at 1000. Probably went too far there. It takes a long time to respond there when it's in such a cold state, I imagine. Well, that's what's happening. I think there should do. We'll keep an eye on it. So we've got fuel pressure in 1, so let's go for the starter on here.
3, 6, 9, 12.
There we go. Beautiful. Love to see it. Turn that booster pump off, and we should have now 2 good engine starts. It's looking good. You can see the RPMs slowly making their way up here. Let me just nudge these throttles a little bit further forwards here. I'm not sure if they're going to just reset themselves though because of my hardware throttle, but I'm just going to do that for now. Let's go for back to engine 3 now, the first engine that wouldn't start.
3, 6, 9, 12.
There she goes, she's catching. Beautiful. So you've got to wait for it to catch and then bring the mixtures up. So we'll go for engine 4. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm waiting for a count of 9 and then I'm going to turn the magnetos on. And the reason why you do that is, I think even in real life you would put the booster pumps on at 11 I think, but it's just too much to do in the sim. But I think the reason you do that is because in case of a hydraulic lock in the engine, So if obviously the blades are getting locked up, you don't want to, you know, try and start it in that stage. You want to obviously check that out. So we'll go for engine 4 now. Engine 4 selector is on. Fuel boost pump for engine 4 on as well. We shall check the fuel pressure here. It's looking good. Alright. We've got some rotation. It's looking smooth. 9 counts.
12.
Boost and then prime. Oh, no, a mixture as well. There we go. I got there just in time. Hey, there we go. Beautiful. 4 good engine starts. Love to see it. There we go. You can see these two middle engines running at slightly higher RPM by the looks of things. This one's still going a bit slow. Maybe I just need to bump the throttles a bit on that. So let's bring the throttles forward slightly so they're on the 1000s. Interestingly, these two right engines that I just started last are actually at higher RPM. So I'm going to bring those down because I don't want them to sit any higher than that, because that's the harmonization range and it's not good for the engines. So I'm just going to bring them down a bit, and let's see them. Hopefully they'll even out a bit. Okay, so back to the checklist then. There isn't really an after start checklist, it's just a pre-takeoff checklist. So we're pretty much good to go for the pushback. However, let's just check our temperatures. Okay, so oil temperature is still pretty low here on the first engine. Yeah, oil temperatures are pretty low on all of them really, except for the second engine, which is the first one to start. So we'll probably wait for that to actually come up a little bit. And just whilst we wait, I'm going to just nip and get a glass of water. But they do sound amazing, don't they, guys? Absolutely amazing. I just finished training in general aviation for 3 days. It's kind of hard for me. I'm a real pilot. No, I'm not. No. I've flown in an actual aircraft in a Cessna, but not for long.
Contact headquarters speed to
Right, just going to bring the radios up a bit as well, and we can actually safely turn these on now. I don't think the volume actually makes a difference, so I'm just going to leave it there. And we're all tuned up. We'll turn our ADF on as well. And what I'm going to do is, just while we're waiting for the engines to warm up again, we are going to get some frequencies tuned in. So, first VOR we want to take a radial from is the less than VOR.
Contact for Lloyd, 125.5, bye-bye.
125.5, push to 525, bye-bye.
Oh, navigation not letting me actually bring up the chart. That's weird. Something went wrong while getting the chart. First time I've ever seen that. There's something wrong with navigation at the moment. It doesn't seem to display anything. Hey, Ab, thank you very much for the 10 stars, dude. Much appreciated. Very generous, thank you very much. Yeah, what's going on with Navigator? It won't actually display any charts for me. Let's try my browser.
Probably Alpha 811, report indicated airspeed. Decimal 740, one number from Alpha 811.
Browser, that's a bit weird.
Indicated airspeed, please.
Alright, So we want the FLS VOR.
270, normal for 811. Bravo Romeo Alpha 811, roger, maintain.
Is 115.55, so we'll tune that in here.
270, normal for 811.
Tune that into nav1, and then that's all we need really for a while. We might as well tune the other one into nav2, which is 115.8.
Elevation 270, stop the sun, flight level 110,
Alright, cool. And then to be fair, we're not actually going to use that one. We are going to use 112.3 for the
altitude, flight level 110.
second one, so we'll put that one in there. Let's see if those are identified. Second one is not identified yet, but that's fine. We've got DME here, and we'll set our first outbound course, which is 358. Or radial, should I say, sorry. 358 is right there. Now, at the moment it does say inbound. The little arrow pointing up means that's inbound towards the VOR, but we're going to fly straight over it once we take off. On a heading of 350, I'll just write that. Yeah, so heading is 350 after takeoff. And yeah, runway 35. Okie dokie, let me just go grab a drink, guys. I'll be back in just 1 moment. Let's just see what RPMs the engines are on. Oh, they're looking a bit different, aren't they?
Contact approach 109, goodbye,
These left two engines are spinning a lot slower than the other two. I wonder why that is. They've got low oil pressure, in fact, which is normal on ground, but maybe they've warmed up. Let's see. Okay, so these cylinder head temperatures are a bit higher than there, but not much. Oil temperature is in the green there on the left, green on the right, so they're all pretty much warmed up. It's just the oil pressure is a bit low on the side, or much lower here than here. I'm not sure if it actually drops off after a while, because the red line is up here and these get right on it, so I wonder if once it starts to get fully warmed up then it drops off. I'm not quite sure. It's got high fuel pressure on the side as well. Interesting. Oh, the fuel booster pump's still on up here, so that could be one thing that's contributing. We can go to plain battery now as well. So we'll turn that off, and we'll also jump down and just make sure that the ground power is disconnected. Yeah, you can see here it's showing oil pressure in moderate stress range on engine 1 and 2. Interesting. Now then, why is that, guys? I mean, to be fair, like I said, you should have low oil pressure while you're on the ground. Let's see if I just bring these throttles forwards, let's see if it goes away. Yeah, well, fuel pressure went out. Shaking in that harmonization range. Let's just get it outside of that. Parking brake is set, so we don't need to worry too much. And there we go, it's gone into the green, so that's fine. It must just be because those engines are fully warm. Alright, yeah, I'm just going to grab a drink, guys. I'll be in 1 moment. Alright, thanks. Right, good afternoon, now then. How you doing, mate? Good to see you. After you completed training in general aviation, do you mean in the simulator or in real life, Ab? Well, if we were flying the Scandinavian. Pretty cool. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of this delivery, but we're flying in Scandinavia, so it's fine. It's not bad. I prefer some of the other ones, to be honest. The Red Bull one is sick. Fuel flow wasn't reading. Oh, I missed that. Oh yeah, well, it's because the engines are super low. I mean, if I bring the engines up, it should start to rise. There you go. Getting a lot of splits here, aren't we? It's because the throttle interlock's still on. My bad. Okay, cool. So it looks like everything is good now. Andy, good afternoon. Hope you're doing well, mate. Good to see you. What's your sign in Lost All Contacts again? What do you mean? What's my sign in? What's the page name? I'm not sure what you mean. It's just Bobby Fuzzy on all channels.
Contact 196 Brahma 81, bye.
Alright, so we're going to be runway 35. There is an engine testing area just by the hold short. So we're going to do that on the way. When we get there, that's when we'll do the run up. But we are pretty much good to go for the pushback now. So Scandinavian 452, stand 43, ready for push and start.
Scandinavian 452, I'll confirm you require pushback. It should be a turn up stand.
No, we can actually turn around. Yeah, my apologies. Cleared to turn around, and we'll call you when ready for taxi. Scandinavian 452.
452, starting for boost, QNH 1017, report ready for taxi.
QNH 1017, report ready for taxi, Scandinavian 452. Alright, cool.
And starting for boost.
I didn't realise you could just turn around in this stand. That's brilliant. But we're not going to turn around, because we don't need that. We can reverse in this thing. So, I think we've done everything, guys. I think we've done everything. It's been a long process getting set up, but it's nevertheless it's a lot of fun. So let's put a transponder. We're going to put this to alt so that it reads mode Charlie in VPilot. Normally we'd probably just put it on, but it doesn't read on VPilot if I don't do that. And obviously we're going to be moving on the ground now, so we want to make sure the controller can see us. So we're pretty much good to go. I'm just going to check the checklist and make sure I've not missed anything off the starting engines checklist. Check the hydraulic pressure as well is the last thing to do. Everything's looking good there. It's a little bit lower than when we tested it before on the emergency, but that's still within the acceptable range. 2,600 to 3050 is what we want, and it's just over 2,600 there, so that's fine. Let's do a bit of a reverse out of the stand then. So I'm just gonna press the toe brakes in here. Now I think in the real aircraft, if you hold the toe brakes in, it actually releases the parking brake, but it doesn't work in this case. I'm just gonna hold the toe brakes in and bring the throttles back. We're gonna engage the reverser, and we're just gonna give it a little bit of power. See, the reversers are engaged with those orange lights. And I don't think we need too much more power than that. I'm just going to bring it right back to idle. And we're going to swing ourselves out. Let me give myself a bit of forward power so that I don't go too quick. That was too much. Let's do a bit of a reverse again. Possibly a bit too far there, but slow ourselves down with the forward throttle, forward power. Don't want to use the brakes, do we, Mariner, when you're reversing? Let's just stop there. That's fine. We don't need to
control, good evening.
overburden ourselves.
Flight 225, Polaris Road outside, climb flight level 320, direct on Alpha Lima.
The Argosy was the first aircraft ever did a ground run. I'm not
Flight
actually sure what an Argosy is, to be honest.
Direct Alpha Lima. Can you name it 225? Ascan 225, correction, climb flight level 310. Correction, climb flight level 310, can you name it 225?
Okie dokie. Let's get taxi clearance. Scandinavian 452 ready for taxi.
Sky 452, taxi. I'll just be advised, the taxi off the stand is the taxi clearance, so you should just start at the engine and then report ready. That's the taxi, Whiskey, Golf, Yankee, 100.35.
Taxi Whiskey Golf Yankee runway 35 Scandinavian 452. Alright, I'm not sure what he was actually telling us there about requesting the clearance. He was trying to tell us that we did something wrong, which is fine, but I couldn't quite hear what he said. Let's close these windows. A bit loud in here. There we go. That's a lot quieter, isn't it? I still haven't found the tiller actually to this aircraft. The right-hand side two engines are still, they're giving loads more RPMs. Alright, so we're going Whiskey Golf Yankee. So as you can see, Whiskey is to the left here. Whiskey is this going to the left. And I assume Whiskey is straight down. I haven't actually looked at the charts, which would probably be a good idea, wouldn't it? Yeah, Whiskey is straight down. Straight down to the end. And then Golf, which is the second right here. Foxtrot to the right here. Golf should be the next one, I believe. That trim steering on the top of the dash, that's the rudder trim. This is saying Golf to the right here, which is where we want to go. And then we want to take a left here onto Yankee. very heavy in the turns. I definitely need to get my tiller bound on this because it's a bit unwieldy to steer like with my feet. The engine run-up area should just be down here at the end. I'm just gonna put the tiller binding on here. Let's see, that should work now. There we go, that's beautiful. There should be an engine testing area. Oh, it's right here. I guess this is it, right here. This little tiny. Maybe it's not.
Contact your question, switch units, I want to do that spec.
Sorry, was that for Scandinavian 452?
Negative, Scandinavian 225. Switch Unicom, want to do that spec.
Switch to Unicom, Scandinavian 225. Bye bye.
Okay, so there should be an engine testing area here. Maybe it's here? I'm not sure. But not sure. It's on the chart.
Scandinavian 452 in the 332 response for runway 35 Takeoff.
Thank you. We are just going to do a quick engine run up here. So it'll just be a couple of minutes and we'll let you know when we are ready. Scandinavian 452.
Roger, when airborne you can just resume on navigation direct to India Golf. I will be closing now, so switch you and come on to do that right.
Roger, once airborne, commence on navigation, Scandinavian 452, thank you. Alright, so he basically just cleared us to our own navigation once we are airborne, so that's fine. We'll do the engine run up here. And yeah, I've not done an engine run up in this yet, so it ideally you don't want to spend ages doing this because it's going to make the
stations, Flores goes, you continue and come on to do that right.
Oh, he's closing anyway, so that's fine. I'm just going to mute the radios. Actually, no, it's fine, he's gone anyway. Yeah, so yeah, ideally you don't necessarily want to spend ages doing the engine run up, but it might take a while because I've never done it before. So hopefully it doesn't blow my engines up. Make sure the parking brake's checked. I did not hear your call sign. Call sign is Scandinavian 452. How would they navigate back in the 50s when out of range of VOR maps and wind calculations? Possibly, yeah. Yeah. I mean, they would probably make an anticipated, you know, calculation as to where they were going to go and where they were going to be at what time. They would probably use a clock as well to time, and they would, I imagine they would probably use the stars as well, potentially if it's night time. The sun position, they would potentially look at the sun and maybe use that to time, like, you know, how long it's going to take them as well, and where they are in relation to it. And they might also use sort of visual clues if possible. This aircraft doesn't fly like super high, so I imagine they'd probably be able to get away with using some sort of visual clues. Alright then, so let's do a engine run up. Now first of all we need to release the gust lock here. Still reading very, very different on the two RPM gauges here. I'm not sure honestly why that is. All indications look basically the same on all engines. It looks the same as... okay, hang on. Yeah, very strange. That's interesting. That could work out interesting for us. We'll see how it goes. Let's do the run up anyway. That should hopefully reveal any issues. Martin, it is the DC-6, yeah. Dead reckoning, time, distance, heading, wind direction. Yeah, yeah, good call, Mike. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't really know, to be honest, too much. Other people probably know more than me, but yeah, My guess. Alright, so let's do an engine run up. Now, like I said, I've not done an engine run up in this thing before, so yeah, I mean, I suppose nothing's going to go wrong necessarily, but it might just take a few minutes here. Alright, so first of all we're going to do a propeller governor check. I am actually reading it off a checklist on the other screen as well. So yeah, I'll have to read that at the same time. So propeller governor check, we're first going to increase engine speed to 1700 and then lock the throttles. So we're looking for 1700 on the RPMs. Now, these ones I'm going to have to probably bring up on their own. Because it's all a bit weird at the moment. There we go. About 1700, doesn't need to be exact. A lot of throttles there. Right, and then move individual propeller switches to decrease RPM positions and hold until 1200 RPM is reached. So we're going to switch all of these to decrease. And we're going to wait until the RPMs drop. Doing anything. Oh, do I need to put this to manual first? Interesting. It doesn't tell you to do that. But anyway, let's do that. Put it to manual. Prop pitch down. There we go. Just takes a second. Great stuff. So they decreased to about 12, 13, so that's only about 1400. We're expecting 1200. I don't know if it's going to decrease any more than that. It kind of should do, but we'll give it another few seconds just in case it's going to drop a bit more. Put them back to increase and just see that they come back up to 1700 there. Which they do. Yeah, I wonder why it didn't drop to 1200. Interesting. Interesting. Then repeat the above operation using the master control lever for each master engine. Engines 2 and 3, return the master control lever to the takeoff position, full forward following each check. Okay, so I'm going to put this to automatic. In fact, we'll put these all back to neutral. Put this on automatic 3. And then we are just going to scoot on back here, and we're going to bring this lever all the way back. Hang on, we need to wait for a second, I think. So the blue lights are on, which means this device has control of the propellers. We've put the RPMs back from manual control. We've put it in automatic 3. Press resynchronize. There we go. That should bring us back to 17. And then we'll put it into number 2 auto. So number 3 and number 2 auto is basically basing the propeller RPM based on those engines. Alright, great stuff. Okie dokie. So next check is to check for any propellers inadvertently stuck in reverse pitch. So we're now going to reduce the RPMs to 1500. I'm still a bit concerned that all these throttles are a little bit out of sync. I'm not sure exactly why that is. Oh, they seem to be coming more in line now. They've been run up for a bit. It's very weird though. I don't know if that's a bug because I manually increased these two earlier on. Alright, so that's about 1500. Let's lock the throttles again. Alright, with master governor selector on number 2, on number 3. Stick it back to number 3. And we want to just move this all the way back. And then all the way forwards. And then we can push the feathering button on each engine momentarily. Let me just get my keybinds right for this because this needs to be done quickly. And then what we're looking for is an increase. If there's an increase in RPM, that means the engine was in reverse. God damn it. These buttons are hard to press. They're dropping in RPMs, that's fine. Okay, they're looking good. Nothing stuck in reverse. Okay, now this next one, I'm not entirely sure how you do it. So, I think maybe click these forwards. And then we decrease this. That's fine. And then we want to toggle each slave engine 1, 2 and 4. 100 RPM above or below number 3. Okay, I'm not exactly sure what it's trying to tell me to do there. So, I'm going to leave that one. And then we're going to do, there's a feathering check. We've pretty much already just done that, so we're going to skip that one. Generators, we can check for correct output whilst the engines are on here. So you can see on here on the volts, DC volts, they're basically all the same. That's fine. We can also check the inverters, which is, I think it's up here somewhere. Inverters, check for correct output from each inverter. Now then, that's a good question. I'm not sure if we're just checking that the instruments are working or whether there's an actual gauge for that. I haven't seen one for the inverters. Possibly, no. We'll come back to that if needs be. Engine supercharger check. Okay, this is a pretty straightforward one. So we want to just bring the throttle lock off. Let's increase the manifold pressure now to field elevation, which is about 30 inches. Voltage AC from the inverter. Ah, yeah, Mike, yeah, you're right. Yeah, this is the inverter that converts the AC to DC, isn't it? So I'm still not sure about this, why the engines are giving different different power outputs on both sides here. That's very strange. Let's continue on. I'm going to try and work that out once we're done here. We'll bring both up to 30 inches like so. And that's looking fine. We'll then just jump up here, turn the superchargers on. Manifold pressure goes up by about 10 on each. And RPM obtained should be between 2100 and 2200 at low blower. I didn't actually check that, but that is as expected. Yeah, 2200 RPM at 30 inches. And then we're going to do a magneto check, so pretty straightforward. We'll turn magneto 1 to left and magneto 3 to left. Should see a drop in RPMs on both sides, which we do. Go back to both, they should recover, which they do. And then to right side, split again, so that's fine. And back to both, they should recover. I'm going to do those two there. That's looking fine. Back to both, looking fine, and then on the right side, both looking fine. Okie dokie. Great stuff. And yeah, the inverter as well, we can just check that here, can't we? So, just checking. Everything is looking gravy on this side. It actually tells you what it should be as well, I believe. But it tells you here, 26. That's about 26. Doesn't tell you the rest. Okay, cool stuff. Magneto check is complete. We can also just check the water injection, even though we're not going to use it. Water injection pumps, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then jump down here. You can see water pressure down here and here. That's good. Turn those off. Alright, now we're pretty much there. Let's bring the power back. For about 1000 RPM. The RPM is different both sides. Yeah, I know, yeah. I'm not sure why that is. I'm going to investigate it in a moment. We can do a prop de-ice check, which is one of the final ones now. Turn that on. And I believe we can check that up here. So it's getting voltage right there, and then if we jump back down and turn it off, it should drop down, which has. That's good. Check all instruments for correct indications. That's good. Check cabin supercharger instruments for correct indications, and that is everything done. So supercharger looks fine. Everything is reading the same. And then engine instruments for correct indications. That's what we want to see about now. So if I reduce the throttles back, oh, they seem to be good now. I'm not sure what happened there, but everything is lined up perfectly now. Let's just bring ourselves back up to, let's say, oh no, they're not coming back up. The levers are all aligned visually. That doesn't suggest an issue with my controller. Although I feel like that's potentially what it is. Let's just check the options here. Nothing on there. Yeah, it seems to be reading them both exactly the same. Alright. I guess we're doing a bit of troubleshooting here then. Yeah, it's definitely not. Because it's not just the RPMs, is it? It's the manifold pressure, fuel flow, everything is slightly out of sync from left side to right side. In terms of the power indications. Fuel tanks, we're using the main tanks for all 4 engines, and we've got good fuel pressure on all engines. They're all looking equal. Oil pressure is the same on all of them as well. Oil temperature is fine. Carb to air temperature is the same on all of them. Water pressure obviously low now that we've turned the water pumps off. I'm not exactly sure what it could be. Let's have a quick scan up here. Just make sure I've not missed anything. All these igniters are on. Everything is good up here. Engine mode selector I can put to off. I forgot to turn that off. I'm not sure if that's going to make a difference. Fuel booster pumps are all off. Water injection is off. I mean, pretty much everything is as it should be up there. Cowl flaps are all open. In fact, whilst I'm here, I'm just going to put them to 4. Now, fuel quantity is, I mean, it's looking more or less equal on all engines. It's not like it's burnt more fuel out of these 2 tanks, which you would expect if they've got out of these 2, if they've got a higher fuel flow than these 2. You would expect that. That's on about 23, 24 one about 23. Yeah. I mean, they're all about the same. I wonder if there's an issue with the engine instruments, potentially. If it's bugged? I don't know. This is on automatic. We can resynchronize just in case. Mixtures are all on auto rich. Mixture lock is unlocked. Carburetor air is all on cold. I'm not sure why they're not syncing up properly. It's very strange. Cylinder head temperature on engine 1 is showing as quite high. It is borderline yellow. Maybe that was because of the engine run up. I'm not sure. Interesting. Now, I'm not sure if what I'm experiencing right now is because I've done something wrong, or if it's the sim being weird. Tell you what I'm going to try. I'm just going to have a quick look behind here. Make sure nothing's tripped. Don't know if that would actually change anything here or not. It all looks good. These 4 are supposed to be down. Everything else is fine. The interlock is off. I'm honestly not sure. I feel like we should just fly it and see what happens. Yeah, I'm a bit confused by that. Let me see. I'm just going to unplug my Xbox controller. I don't know why that would make a difference, but let's try it. Alright, so let's just do our pre-takeoff checks. Alright, so flight instruments. Looking fine. Okay, wing flaps we can stick down to 20 degrees now, so stick those down. Here they come. Tail flaps 4 inches open, we've already done that. Fuel booster pumps as required, we'll put them all on. Air conditioning controls are set, we've already done that. Captain's instrument and radio inverter opposite to the first officers, they are set like that. I believe the interpretation of that one is that you would have number 1 for the captain, number 2 for the co-pilot, and like I said earlier on, once we get in flight we'll flip number 2 to standby. I believe that is the procedure. Do need to refuel? Possibly. Air conditioning controls are set. Controls gust lock disengaged and controls free. Mixture is auto rich. So that is the pre-takeoff checklist complete. Great stuff. Now what I wanted to do, guys, is I wanted to actually try doing the power settings myself. So let's just have a quick look in the manual here, and I'm actually just gonna bring up some charts here. So it'd be probably easier if I just do this. Okay, so takeoff. Oh. There you go, the microphone's falling over. So I want to take off power, which is going to be on here. So dry takeoff. Altitude is currently about just under 200 feet, so we'll say that's sea level. And the standard, I'm not sure exactly how to read the standard temperature, but as a matter of fact, we are actually at 15 degrees. So thankfully I won't have to do too much messing about with that. Manifold pressure at carb is going to be, it's about 0, looking like carb air. I'm assuming that's what it's referring to. And that is a result going to be 51.5 inches of manifold pressure, which sounds about right actually. Usually I think the flight engineer gives you about 53. So that should be good. And then RPM's at 2800, which I believe is full forwards. And that's going to equal 197 BMEP. So 51.5, I'm going to write that down. And then for METO power, we want 47.2. That's going to be the power setting for bringing in the flaps. RPM, we're going to put that to 2600 at that point. Which might be a bit... yeah. We'll see. And then we're going to go for a... I'm not sure which climb to actually go for. I think 1500... Oh, 1500 climb is the only option, I think. It is, yeah. Okay, so 1500 climb. These charts are all for low blower, which is going to be our scenario, because we're going to be below 16,000 feet, so we only need to be on low blower really. So 1500 climb. I'm probably going to enter the climb. I don't even know if we'll be at 2,000 feet at that point, but it's not too different, is it? It's 40 inches. 40 inches, 2,400 feet. Sorry, 2,400 RPM. 2,400 RPM, and that's 2.6. And that's 2.8. Okay. Just making notes of this, guys, so that I could remember all this stuff. And I mean, the BMEP is an amalgamated figure, I believe, with manifold pressure and the RPM. So I mean, we don't really need to take note of that, I don't think. Okay then, guys, are we ready? Soon need to refuel. Let's see how much fuel we've actually used sitting on the ground here. How much fuel did we put in? We put in 9499 fuel. We've used 400 pounds on the ground, which is about double what we anticipated for the taxi. Good thing I put extra in. I told you there was a reason why I wanted to put extra in for the for this flight. Okay, I'm just going to remind myself of the first radial that we're intercepting. So we're going to take off on a heading of 360. We're then going to take a right turn to intercept the 358 radial. Is it 358? Yeah, we're going to intercept the 358. So not much of a turn to make really. I should have that set here. 358 is set there. Okay, I think we're good to go. 0% satisfaction. Let's set seats for takeoff. Okie dokie. Let's just go to 122.8. Great stuff. Are we ready, guys? Bergen traffic. Scandinavian 452 lining up at runway 35 Bergen traffic. Those landing lights extended and on. There we go. All right, this is going to be interesting. I don't know how this is gonna go down. I honestly don't know, because I just cannot figure out why those engines are outputting less power. I just can't work it out. I'm just gonna quickly check here, make sure there's nothing I can do. Yeah, nothing really. Cylinder head temperature on this one is a bit high, so we'll see what happens with that one as well. This is going to be interesting. If push comes to shove and those two, and these indications are actually correct, then I'll probably just have to put a bit of rudder trim in, won't I? But they're still obviously running, so I don't think it's. I think it's still worth trying. All right then, guys. So. Let me just check the checklist. I know I'm taking ages, but I want to do this properly, because if I do something wrong, it's probably going to be a lot worse for me. So we've done the engine run up, we've done the pre-takeoff. Yeah. We're ready to rock. See the temperatures. Temperature's still 15. Alright, we're looking good. Okay, so parking brake is released. Holding it on the toe brakes currently. In fact, I'm just going to put it on the parking brake, because I think it tends to creep forward a little bit on the toe brakes. So, bringing the engines up to 30 inches of manifold pressure. I'm going to turn the volume up as well, guys, because this sounds amazing. Just going slowly.
Easy for 42 Delta, on short runway 32 via altitude.
.30 inches set. The takeoff power. Looking for 51.2. My hand keeps getting caught on my desk here. Oh, that was too quick. Alright, takeoff power is set. Release parking brake. I've got a bit more than 2800 on the props. Leave that as it is. It's a bit too late to change it now. I should have checked that. I didn't check my rotate speed either, but it's usually about 100 knots, so we're going to go with that. There we go, we're up. Right, positive brake gear up. Need to do that on my own. 120 knots. Track climb to 130 now. And then we'll set METO power. Just dip in the nose a bit to help the climb. We're going to cross over that VOR in a minute, hence why the OBS is swinging from side to side. That's the inner marker beacon. Let's start accelerating. And we're going to set METO power, so 47.2 inches we need. And that's about 47.2. I am flying manually here, so just trying to do everything at once. Got about 140 knots there. Let's reduce the prop speed to 26. It's about 26 there. We're going to dip the nose down now. We're going to start bringing the flaps up. So flaps 15. Laps 10. Oh, that just gave us a hell of a lot of speed, just releasing the flaps there. And sorry, flaps completely up now. Set climb power. So climb power is going to be 40 inches. So walking those throttles back. 40 inches and 2400. We're going to start making that right turn in towards our VOR. At 2400 RPM. Is there. Give it a bit of trim up. Still need to make a bit more of a turn here. And there we go, climb power is set. Beautiful stuff. So we're going to turn to heading of we're intercepting what 359 was it? So we're going to turn to about 30 degrees. It was 358, so yeah, let's turn to 030 and intercept from there. Beautiful, guys. Easier than I thought it would be. We've got some checklists to run, but I'm just going to get established on this radial first before I do that. So we're just leveling out, still flying manually at this point. Track keep to 165, giving a little bit of trim back. And we should start to see that that radial coming in soon. There it is, it's slowly moving in. Let's just trim it down, we're losing a bit of speed there. And I'll tell you what I'm going to do actually, just to save a little bit of workload, I'm going to turn the gyro pilot on. Check that it's centered and gyro pilot mode is on. And then we're going to turn on the mechanical disconnect. And now that's got control of the aircraft, so we can control the trim with this wheel now. Do that to maintain 165 knots in the climb. And we've got that the beam coming in, or the radial for the VOR. So we're going to put this to localizer mode, and that should now start following the outbound radial. And there we go. Beautiful stuff. It made a bit of an early turn there, I think, but it's doing it. Let's set this to 1013 as we are clearing ourselves up to a flight level. And we'll scroll this up a little bit further to maintain 165. As you can see, I've had to kind of split the throttles a bit here to get even power on both sides, but I think it's working out. So let's just check the power setting, make sure I got it correct. The climb power should be 40 inches at 2400 RPM. So for whatever reason, it's quite a bit lower than that. So I'm just going to nudge these forwards. There we go. That's 40 inches set, and 2400 is what we're already on. That's looking good. Great stuff. Carb temperature is sort of dropping. It's about what, -10 now, so it's actually out of the icing range, I believe. The icing range is what, +10 to -10, +50. Alright, we're looking good. We've got slightly high cylinder head temperatures according to the tablet, but we're just going to roll with it for now. We're flying on that outbound radial, and we want to make our right turn at 46 DME. So, I mean, visually we're actually going to pass over an estuary. That's when we're going to make our turn. So, if we have a look out the front here, let's see if we can see that. Not this one, I don't think. I think a bit further on. Looking at a map. 18 miles out. So yeah, we've got a little bit of a way to go yet until we make that first turn. Hey Scoops, welcome to the chat, dude. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you, mate. Good to see you. Will do, man. Thank you. Yeah, it's been really fun so far. We've been following all the checklists for this aircraft, and yeah, I've managed to get it up in the air without any assistance from the flight engineer so far. So looking good. We've not blown any engines up either. What the cowling set at 4 inches open, which is the climb setting. So if we look here at the cowl flaps, 4 inches. Or 4 degrees, sorry, open. That's looking fine. We can also, what altitude are we at? Approaching 9,000. 2 AM, Jesus. Wow, I mean, yeah. It's quite late, isn't it? But I have had some quite late nights recently, so it doesn't actually sound too late to me. Alright, so let's do the checklist then for the climb. Takeoff checklist we've already done, so that's fine. Gear is all up and the flaps are all retracted. We can actually bring the landing gear lever down to the neutral position. There's no way to do that with keybinds, so I couldn't really do that whilst I was climbing there. Put the, just making sure I maintain 160 here. Alright, and then we've got climb checklist. So power as required, not to exceed rated power, that's done. Water injection system switches off, there we didn't use them anyway. Cylinder head temperature we can check, but we already know it's a little bit high on this side, but it's not in the yellow yet, so it's okay. So we're monitoring that side. It's funny how this side has this higher cylinder head temperatures as well, when this side this side seems to be the engines that are lagging behind a bit on the readings. Very strange. Alright, we lost a bit of manifold pressure there, so I'm going to just keep bringing it up. It's interesting how far that is dropping off actually. I mean, I know we went through, I mean, we were in sort of icing temperatures, but we definitely didn't fly through any moisture, so I don't think we're going to have any carb icing, which is lowering the power. I imagine it's just the altitude, isn't it? Look how quickly they're dropping off there. Wow. Well, I've not controlled the power on this aircraft in the climb yet, so this is all new to me. I've actually got the throttle all the way to the end now. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, we're nearly at cruise anyway, so let's see what happens when we get there. We didn't actually check our cruise power settings, but let's do this checklist anyway first of all. Let's just slow that climb rate down a bit. Alright, climb checklist, landing light switches, retracting off, we can do those. Off and retract. Seatbelt and no smoking signs, yeah, we can turn those off now as well. Everybody pipe up your cigs in the back. No problems in this aircraft. Windshield heat control, let's just check the temperature. Temperature is -10, so we'll go up here and we'll just put that to the first notch. Fuel system selection as required. We've only got fuel in the main tanks, so we're going to leave that to main. Sorry, I'm reading the wrong checklist now. Cabin supercharger, oil pressure and temperature check, and that's these. They're fine. And that's the supercharger gearbox. I'm not sure what this one is. I assume it's a supercharger. Okay. I think that's okay. Cabin supercharger airflow indicators, check those as well. I'm not sure where that one is. Oh, you know what we don't have on? We don't have the pitot heaters on. Surely that should be on the checklist. That wasn't on the checklist. Oh, it was. No, it wasn't. It was to check the amperage, but it wasn't to turn it on. Ha! Surely you should have that on for every flight. Unless I missed that, maybe. We're definitely going to turn that on anyway. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Cabin rate of climb and cabin altitude. Cabin altitude is about 3.5. 1. Oh, this is, yeah, about 2,500. That's fine. Cabin rate of climb as well, 600 feet per minute. That's fine. And shift to high blower above critical altitude, which we're not going to reach today, so that's also fine. Now, we've blown through our cruising altitude here. So let's just glide this forwards a bit, just nice and slowly, and we're just going to reduce our elevation down to 13,000. We're about 13.7, 13.8, sorry, at the moment. So let's get ourselves reduced down. And that's all looking good. How's Microsoft Flight Sim being running? Absolutely fine. Yeah, great. Yeah. Love this plane. Yeah, it's amazing. It's so good. I'm enjoying it so much. It's great. Yeah. Yeah, I think they haven't they, Scoobs? Yeah, but yeah. I think it's fair to say that it is definitely the future. Hang on, I'm just trying to figure this out. 1 sec. 46 nautical miles is when I need to take my right turn. So that's coming up. We'll need to turn to a heading of 060. So we're going to do that now. Oh, okay. The autopilot disconnected when I did that. That's probably because I didn't put it back to gyropilot mode first. So we'll put that back on. And we're going to turn ourselves to a heading of 060. And we're climbing again, so let's just keep an eye on that. We're going to do quite a hard bank here. Actually, no, we don't want 060, do we? We want 006. I'm such a good navigator. Right, so let's bring up the DME for the next VOR. And we're going to start to level out a bit now on the wings. There we go. That's about level. Yeah, that's good. And we're still climbing. Let's be careful here. Oh! Bit of a bump there. This is that the estuary where I said we were going to take our turn here. Alright, cool. We've got about 500 feet per minute descent going, which is fine. Let's start getting set up for cruise power. How would they have navigated in the 50s when out of range of VOR? I think someone answered that earlier on, Tom, for you. So Mike said on Facebook, he said dead reckoning, time, distance, heading, wind direction. So yeah, there you go. It reacts to altitude. Yeah, I get that. What would you do if an engine would just stop randomly? I'm not sure. I would look up the procedure. But yeah, I mean, obviously you would just try and make sure the plane is stabilised first, and you're not going to just drop out of the sky. Well, welcome, Henrik. Welcome, Hendrik. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. Bailey, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing good. Good to see you. It's been a while. Still climbing. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to do everything at once. I would really love if there was a flight engineer that I could use right about now. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly look up my cruise power here whilst we are descending down to 13. So bring up the fuzz pad, and I don't want it on that big, so let's just go a bit smaller. And we are going to go to the cruise at 1100 cruise. This one right here. So 1100 cruise. And I'm just keeping an eye on the altitude here so that I don't blow past where we want to be. Give us a little bit of a left bank because we're kind of sort of heading in a little bit of a, we took a bit more of a steep turn what I wanted. It's going to be quite hard to get it on 006 exactly, I think, but I think that's about right. Okay, so we're nearly at 13,000 now. We've just got 100 feet per minute descent going on. Let's get our cruise power set up. So we're cruising at 13,000, standard temperature 11 degrees, which it should be because it was 15 on the ground. So, yeah, minus. It's a little bit colder than that, but we're going to go with it. 13,000 carb temperature. Oh dear, why is it? We're getting buffeted a little bit by the. Getting a little bit of turbulence, I think, here coming over these fjords. Right, there we go. We're just about 13. See if we can get it to hold steady for a second there. I'm going to put altitude hold in, but it's very temperamental. Right, I'll just hide this for a minute. Whilst we try to get the level off here. So I'm just trying to get the vertical speed to basically 0, but this we're being buffeted about by some turbulence here. Wow. I just can't get it to hold steady. Too much turbulence, man. There we go. Altitude hold. Hopefully that holds us. It's done that thing where it just dives down. Anyway, we'll just leave it at that for now. So for our cruise power then, we want... I didn't mean to do that. Cruise power of 13,000. Let's see what our carb temperature is. Carb temperature is about is minus 20. So we're looking for 31.7 inches and 2,000 RPM. Minus 20, 31.7 inches. Let's bring power down. 31.7. In fact, there is an order that you do this in to get it right. And I believe you start with propellers. I believe you bring the propellers back to the first 2,000. And I believe you set your mixture to auto lean, and then you walk the throttles back to your desired pressure. So I want 31.7. Just about there. That should give us a BMEP of 12. That's not matching up. Fuel flow per hour should be about 490. That's looking about right. Not sure why BMEP PSI is... maybe I'm reading the wrong way, gauge. But that is set. Cruise power is set. Let's do the cruise checklist. So I'm just going to bring this back to here. Okay, cruise power checklist. Auto lean is set already. We do want to set the cowl flaps now also. We want to actually close them up fully, I believe. Cowl flaps are set. Hydraulic system bypass control lever should be in the off position, which we'll do now. Windshield heat control, what temperature is it outside? It's -10, so well, it's just over -10, so we'll just set that to there. Fuel system is set, engine, captain's instrument, radio, inverter switch and engine instruments, same as the first officers. So what we're going to do now is what I was talking about earlier, we're going to bring this one back to bypass. So that's fine. Cabin pressure regulator, set start marker to destination altitude. So if we go to here and display on map, the altitude at Trondheim is 58 feet. 56 feet, which is basically the same as what we started, so we don't need to change anything there. And the engine superchargers are set. Alright, so we're good, looking good. Still getting buffeted a little bit by the wind here, and we've done about 22 miles since we made our turn, and this leg is 56 miles. That's oh no, sorry. Oh dear, I haven't kept up with this. So we turned at dear, what's going on here with the map? Like highlighting my legs, I really don't want it to do that. Why is it doing that? Weird. Right, so we're still on heading. Interesting. Our airspeed is I mean, it's kind of low really. I feel like it should be a bit higher on level flight. Maybe a little bit higher, I'm not sure exactly. We can check the manual in a moment. Let's just check we're still on course though. So if we bring this up, this is the flow VOR. Let me check how to tune that. So it should be 112.3. And then we also need to tune the 115.8 VOR. I think I've got too distracted here and I've missed the turn potentially. Because this DME that's showing down there is too far. So we want 115.8. That's identified. And then the inbound course is going to be 0240. Sorry, 024. Oh my god. Right, so we're pretty much on it almost. We just need to take a bit of a right turn. And it's done it again. I'm not sure why it does that actually. With the gyro pilot. It kind of had itself on localizer mode automatically. I'm not sure the reason for that. Anyways, we're more or less at 30. So we've not lost any altitude too much. We're looking good. So we're going to be flying this leg now for 22 miles. Let's just make a quick measurement here. Straighten up. Oh, I've gone through it. Gone through it. Yes, this leg in total is going to be 37 DME. So let's see how far away we actually are from the first start of this leg. So we've done about 7 miles into this leg before capturing the VOR. So yeah, maybe a little bit late to capture there, but what the? Okay, so it's, we got well. How did we get so far away from it so quickly? Anyways, we want to be on 2-4. We're flying now 3-6, 350. So it should start to come in relatively quickly. Now, how do I get little nav map to not highlight my legs? It's super annoying. It's like it removes all like the DME information that I was using. Dim past legs. There we go. There we go, it's coming in. I'm interested to see what our aircraft path is going to look like after this. Alright, let's put it back to localizer mode, and that should now fly inbound. Great stuff. Very nice. Okay, we got there in the end. Yeah, I can't believe how far we flew then without me. So I was messing with all the checklists and stuff. Holy crap! I can understand why they have a 3-man crew in this aircraft. Jeez Louise! Look at this though, over Norway, looking beautiful. Now, the next VOR we're going to arrive at is the Vigra VOR over Allesund Airport, and that is a stunning area. It's so cool looking. All these huge mountains down there. This whole area is just ridiculously cool looking. Like, you've got mountains as far as the eye can see. Like, we could have just flown straight over this way, over these mountains here. We're taking the scenic route. Taking the scenic route. Now then, let me just double check my climb power, what I chose earlier on. Because I just want to make sure that we're staying on it. Sorry, cruise power. So cruise power is set to 31.7. 2000 RPM. Okay, great stuff. Very nice. Flew this at night. Does the sim include Northern Lights? No, unfortunately it doesn't. No. Apparently there might be plans to do that in the future. That would be really freaking cool. But I think they said they want to do it properly, so they want to get it linked up with the proper data source for it, so it would actually happen in sim when it's happening in real life, which would be freaking amazing. Can I show what VOR we're flying to? Yes, I can. Yes. Bring my checklist up here. I want to make sure I've got the checklist ready for the descent, so I'm not faffing. It's quite a hands-on flying experience this when I'm on my own. Could have really done with the flight engineer, but hey ho. That's all good, Tom. No worries, no worries. If you missed the thing before, it's just we've got chat on different channels, so it's easy to miss certain things. Mike says for an engine failure, feather the prop, shut off the fuel, throttle to 0. Exactly, yeah. I mean, yeah, 100%. Thanks for that. I'm playing Microsoft Flight Simulator 2022. I'm planning a CJ4 flight from LaGuardia to Warren. Very nice, very nice. CJ4 is amazing. I hope you've got the working title mod. So the VOR we're heading to is, we are currently flying. If I bring up the tablet, so we're currently flying towards Vigra VOR right here. This is the turn here where I was all a little bit, actually no, it was this turn where we were just capturing, sorry no it wasn't, it was this turn where we flew a little bit past it, and now we're flying inbound to Vigra, which is actually only 6 miles away, so we need to kind of just get ready for the next one. So the next one is going to be the Kristiansund VOR 113.8, so we'll get that set up now. 113.8, so we're going to go back to gyropilot, so we're just flying a heading. 113.8, up on here, put that in nav 1, and then we're going to put the current VOR that we're on just quickly into this one, so 115.8, already in standby there, that's fine. And then we are going to put in the radial that we want of 053. Why is it turning me? It switched to approach, that's not what I wanted. Okay. That's messed me up a little bit. So we want 053 in there. And let's just check the DME. Yeah, so we're still actually flying inbound to the last VOR. I'm not sure why it switched to approach on its own there. It must have been when I switched the radios round. That's very strange. I feel like it shouldn't be doing that on its own. We'll fix the altitude once we get established on this next radial. So you can see this arrow swinging round now as we're starting to fly over. We must have been... Let's see if we can see Vigra Airport down here somewhere. There we go. God, it's difficult to see. It's a bit blurry down there. So that's where the VOR is located. So let's go ahead and put localizer on. And we should start flying the 053 radial. Interesting how we were so lined up with that. I feel like we haven't hardly turned at all. I suppose we are. This is all a new experience to me, guys. I very rarely do navigation like this. It's good though, it's very enjoyable. Alright, so now if I bring up the tablets, we're now heading outbound on 053. From Vigra, we're actually heading inbound to the Kristiansund VOR here. I mean, to be honest, the proper procedure there might have been, rather than switching the radios round, was probably to keep this one tuned. Tune in the outbound radial that we wanted to fly, start flying that, then switch to heading, then switch the radios round. Maybe that would have been more neater, although I suppose it's effectively achieving the same thing, so. Okie doke, and then we're going to head, after reaching this VOR here, I'll bring up my flight plan once again. We are going to turn to 086, sorry, we're going to turn to 072 and fly outbound this way. I'm trying not to look at this because it does highlight what leg I'm on. It's not showing where the plane is exactly, but it does highlight what leg I'm on, which is a bit annoying really. But I don't really want to do that. So, okay, no, I wonder if we can disconnect. go. Great stuff. Okay, cool. It's nice fine weather here in Norway though, absolutely love it. Is the cabin modelled? A little bit. Yeah, I mean, it's alright. Can't really get to it though. Why? Let me just turn on my controller and I'll be able to show you a bit better. So similar to other aircraft in the sim, you can't just access it by setting up a camera view from the cockpit, unfortunately. Let's just release altitude control for a minute and see if we can just level off at 13 just to be a bit neater here. You have to go into drone cam, like so, and then you have to go in like this. And it's a bit difficult because the plane's moving about. But yeah, it does have a modelled cabin. It's not very easy to get to though, like I say. I've got some cameras set up on the drone cam. Like this one here and this one, but it's an absolute pain setting those up. They don't come with the aircraft. Ashtrays in the armrest, yeah, exactly. Oh, it's from that era, wasn't it? It's from that era. Alright, so let's get... okay, so our last nav aid is... it's got a very short range. So we're going to stay on this VOR once we reach it, which is the Kristiansund VOR. No, it wasn't. It was the KVB. Sorry, we passed Kristiansund. It was the KVB. Yeah. So we're going to follow that outbound on 072. So we're going to stay on that once we reach it and follow that outbound for a while. Well, not that long actually. Probably be a wise idea to start calculating our descent point. We're probably getting quite close. So now I'm not sure the best way to calculate how far away I am from the airport is using only VORs. I suppose I could plot my my position on the map here. So I'll show you what I'm going to do. So I suppose this is probably what they would do if they didn't have a VOR to use. So destination is at Trondheim. So we'll put a line from Trondheim. And we're going to drag this. Oh, we know that leg distance is 86 miles, so I don't actually need to plot that. That's 86, and then I've got 30 miles until I reach this VOR. So I'm here. I'm right here. So 86 plus 30 is 96 miles to go. Yeah, we definitely have got a bit of time before we need to start the descent. So we're going to descend at about 1,000 feet per 5 miles. So we'll times our distance to lose. So if we bring up the charts here, Navigator's still not working like that. Let's bring up the charts for our destination. We're going to do essentially check the metal. That would probably be a good idea, wouldn't it? So we're going to do we've got winds at 320 at 5 knots. So we're going to do runway 27. Excuse me. Which is quite convenient actually because we don't have to do any big turns then. So we're going to do runway 27, and in fact little nav map is, we can actually use that to set that up for us. So we can actually add in a approach. I remember how to do that. Information. That's not how you do it. One of these. How do I add an approach? Maybe let's show the ILS beams. No. View. I'm sure there's a way to do it really easily on this, but it seems to not be that easy. Window, flight planning, possibly like this. Damn it, dude. Just gonna have to Google it, I think. That's very strange. Add approach little nav map. There's click show procedures. There's no show procedures. Show arrival procedures. Oh. Okay, here they are. Fair enough. Let's go approach ILS 27. And we'll set ourselves the initial fix here. That could work for us. If I insert that, that's basically now, that's now going to give us a heading to fly straight to that point, and then we can just turn in onto the ILS, which is pretty nice. So we're going to now fly the 075 from our next fix. Okay, good stuff. That's that. And in terms of the descent, we've got. Oh, we didn't actually look at what I wanted to look at there, which was the platform altitude for the ILS. So that is going to be ILS 27. Let's just say final. Oh, route is invalid. I've never had that before. Okay, let's just open. Oh dear, what is going on with Navigraph today? Oh no, it's showing my position, go away! 27 ILS. All I want is the altitude, 4,000 feet. Alright, great stuff. Okay, so I'm just going to pay attention now to making this next turn. So we're approaching the VOR. So 3.7 miles to go. 4,000 feet is the platform altitude, so we've got 9,000 feet to lose. So I'm going to say we need 65 miles to descend. So basically just dividing by 1,000 and then timesing by 5. So 9 times 5. 45 plus 20 miles to slow down. 65 miles. .1948 is when they started building. Yeah. Certainly was. Gusty Wind Flaps, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. David, good afternoon. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Good to see you. Time times speed equals distance. Distance of trip, distance flown, and what's left. Yeah. So I've basically, my descent calculation is what I sort of got this rule of thumb from. Oh, hang on. Okay, I haven't been paying attention. My DME was actually going up there, not down. So let's turn this to 7.5 now. And we're going to make a right turn. Okay, we're getting blown about a bit, certainly there. Okay. So we want to intercept the 075. Outbound. And that should start coming in. It is now. Great stuff. Coming in pretty quick, actually. That's what you want to see. Okay. There we go, localizer as the beam comes in. Great stuff. Okay, so yeah, Mike, my distance calculation. My calculations in terms of the descent. So in this aircraft, you want to do some of the descent in cruise power. So when you start descending, we're obviously going to pick up speed, and the descent is based on 300 knots ground speed whilst we're descending, which works out as 5 miles per 1,000 feet. And my calculation is worked out based on that one. And from the flights I've done in this so far, it's worked out pretty well for me. So I'm going to go with that one. So let's just calculate when we need to start that descent. So this leg is 102 nautical miles. And we want to be level at the end of this leg, basically. Or just, well, we want to be level 20 miles before the end of this leg. So 65 miles off 102. So we need to be descending after about 35 miles. We need to be descending when we're 35 miles away from this VOR. Hopefully that should get us to where we want to be. Great stuff. Great stuff. Such a beautiful sim, this. Absolutely unreal. Look at that below the clouds there. Woo. These clouds just look insane, don't they? Lots of clouds over here though. It's definitely a bit more than what there was when we set off. We're getting jumped up and down by these clouds a fair bit. Let's see what our satisfaction is saying. 51%. Not that great. Let's get some alcoholic drinks out for the passengers. See if we can cheer them up a bit. Feeling a bit sorry for themselves at the moment. Close enough for government work, yeah. It works. Alright. Now then, one thing that I did not bear in mind is that we're going to lose signal from this VOR before we actually reach our left turn. So, how are we going to deal with that? I mean, hopefully we'll be visual by the time we get there, but let's just have a look here. Now then, does a Vortex, does that give DME? I don't actually know if it does. Let's check it on the charts real quick. There's an NDB and a Vortex. Obviously, we can't get DME from an NDB. If you can get, I don't think you can get DME from a Vortex or a Takan. It is actually. No, you can't. Okay, so we'll have to get a bit creative then. I mean, at the end of the day, hopefully we'll be. Actually, what am I on about? We can use DME from the ILS. I'm getting so into this VOR navigation now. I'm forgetting about the conventional modern navaids. Yeah, so we can use DME from the ILS. So yeah, just ignore me for the moment, guys. Alright, cool. So we're approaching the top of our descent now, which is now. So we're going to disengage the altitude control, and we're going to just put this wheel forwards a little bit, and we're going to get about 1,000 foot descent rate going. Need more fags, yeah mate. Oh, we're lucky here in the cockpit, we can actually open the window. Actually, to be fair, it probably wouldn't open at this stage of flight, would it? It'd be jammed shut. Alright, so started our descent down. We can expect to lose signal from this VOR about 70 miles. So at that point we're just going to continue flying a heading, and then we're going to pick up the ILS DME, and we'll use that to figure out our turn. It should be on the charts, so let me just see if I can find that. Okay, so it's not on the charts. But we can measure it. We can measure it on a little nav map. So we can measure it to there. So at 18.1 DME, we want to start the left turn for the intercept. And yeah, let's take a look at our wind for this leg as well. Yes, we want to try and anticipate if we're going to get blown. Okay, so we're approaching at 11,000 feet. So we should have done about what, 10 miles by now. We're at 48 DME, so yeah, we've done just over 10 miles. In fact, we've probably done a bit more than what we needed to, so I think we're a bit above the... Oh, we're going into moisture here, so let's just take a look at our anti-ice real quick. Property ice is going to come on, as well as the airfoil heater, and we may need to put some carb heat on as well. I'm going to put a little bit of carb heat on just as a precaution. Getting jostled about a lot here. We're going to go for about 50%. I'm not sure what values you're supposed to use here, to be honest, because I'm not really familiar with using carb air, but it's definitely within that range of icing, so you want to be careful. Oh, it's heating up very quickly there, so okay. I'm going to drop that back down. Definitely in the icing range here, so I do just want to be a bit careful about the icing situation. This is so hard to like navigate and look after everything at the same time. Holy crap. The winds are 260 knots. So we've got a little bit of a, well, we've basically got a straight on tailwinds there. And we're back into the clouds. I'm going to monitor these as we go through. Come on, camera. Maybe just give it a little bit of carb heat. Well, I suppose it is outside of the yellow arc, so is it even at risk of getting ice at that point? Oh dear, we've got a red catastrophic stress range on the cylinder head temperatures. I haven't been paying attention. Oh my god, they are high. Oh dear. Uh-oh. 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 Let's open the cowl flaps a bit. I'm not sure why that is actually. Possibly because of the cowl flaps choice, maybe. Good thing I'm paying attention to that. Yeah. Yeah, they're definitely in the red there. I'm glad the engines have not exploded on me yet. Fuel pressure is quite high as well. Maybe we could just bring the temperature down a bit as well. Sorry, the power down. Do a descent power. Let's see if we can find that. I don't know if there is actually a descent power in here. No, there isn't a descent power. So maybe we just bring it back to a slightly lower cruise setting. So it's 9,000 at the moment. Carb is at -10. $29.4 and 1,600. Let's do it. Bring the props back first, actually. Not sure what all this reflecting is going on there. Okay, we're going to lose the DME very shortly from this VOR, so I'm going to go back to gyropilot mode so it holds the heading. What's the prop setting? Is it loading the engine? Prop setting, well, it's now on 1600. It was on 20... I can't remember what my cruise setting was. I think it was 2000 or 2200 was my cruise setting. Cylinder head temperatures are coming down now though, so it must have been my cowl flap setting. I suppose it's a fairly warm day today. It's not that cold, is it, out there? Alright, let me have a quick look then at our descent checklist so that I don't blow these engines up here. Recommended operating procedures, descent checklist, engine superchargers are low, windshield heat control is set, altimeters, we can also set that for our destination. Destination altimeter is 1017. Set that like so. There we go. 1017 is set. Excuse me. I thought we were going to lose DME on this VOR, but we're not yet, are we? Which is fine. Descent fuel tank controls are in main. Auxiliary fuel tank selector controls They were always off, weren't they? I don't remember turning them on. Thrust feed controls are off. Carburetor, air temperature controls, as required, they're off currently. Hydraulic system bypass control. We can put that down now as well. There we go. Wing flaps, 30 degrees for holding below 168 knots. We're not doing any holding today, so no issues there. Inverter switch. Let's get that back. We'll do a bit of that action. I'm not sure why this rocker switch is there. It's a bit strange, really. I wish I knew. Landing lights. Ah, you put the landing lights on below 147 knots. Interesting. I think the VOR is about 140 nautical mile range. Ah, that's really good. I mean, to be honest. Oh, so it is, yeah. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong... yeah, I was looking at the wrong measurement there. So that's actually really nice. We'll go back to localizer then. So we can hold the outbound course right until we get to the ILS. That's fine. That's actually perfect. Thank you very much for that prompt there, Jersey. So, yeah, basically at 102 DME, we should be able to make a left turn to intercept the ILS. Let's have a check on our temps. Temps coming down. We're in the green now. Carb air is actually warming up, so that's fine. I mean, it's getting into the yellow range, so we'll have to pay attention to that. But power is still holding good. Alright, now we've cooled down a bit. I'll tell you what I might do is I might just bump up the power again a little bit. See what happens. So we'll set the RPMs to 2000. Pay attention to our temperatures. And then we're going to go to 32 manifold. Well, we're already on 32. Manifold pressure can stay where it is. Beautiful. Leon, good afternoon, mate. Hope you're doing well, mate. Good to see you. Yeah, lots of analog in here, mate. Literally fully analog. I mean, we've got some digital radios, but that's about as far as it goes. Are we still on lean mix? Yes, we are actually, yeah. I'm just following the checklist, basically. It hasn't said to put it back to rich mix yet. Yeah, it doesn't actually say to put it to rich until you get to the approach checklist. Quite dim in this cockpit, isn't it? Shall I put a few lights on? Get a bit of that red light on. Oh yes. Now then, where's the middle instruments red light? These knobs are all over the shop. Where's the engine instruments? There we go. Oh, looking good. Right then. Oh no, we've lost the VOR now. Let's go to gyro pilot. We could probably do with tuning the ILS DME then. So 109.9. Let's tune that on. Might as well tune it in here now. Alright, we're actually picking it up. And we're flying away from it. 19.2. But we needed to actually make our turn at 18.1. Okay, so we're a lot further ahead. Interesting. I wonder if I've messed up some of my calculations here. You can see the glide slope moving there. Inbound course is 266. Alright, now then, we need to level off, so let's do that. And then let's see. Let's make a turn in for that ILS. We're fully in IMC now. Probably wasn't expecting that. We've come back to red on the cylinder head temperatures again. But intercept course, we want about 300. We'll put altitude control on. God, it's hard to manage everything all all at once. All with one person, sorry. Alright, so let's put the prop back. To 16, and then we'll wind the manifold pressure to 32. We'll roll this out. God, so much to do. Right, DME is decreasing, so we're actually flying towards it now. Oh, we turned too much. Oh no, we didn't. I'm an idiot. Yeah, doing everything manual, Gabriel. It's a handful. So we should be on an intercept course for the ILS now. So we should find the localizer starts coming in. Let's see. I'm not sure. We're quite far out at the moment, so let's see. We do need to start slowing down a bit more, so I'm actually going to reduce the power. It's crazy how quickly we came up on that, and we were still descending. There's just so much stuff to pay attention to, it's just unreal. I'm going to go to 90 BMEP and see how that does with the speed. Carb temps have dropped. Carb temps, no, the carb temps have warmed up a bit. Looking fine. We can go to auto rich now. Alright, let's do the approach checklist. So, seatbelts and no smoking. Put your fags out, guys. Landing gear we can put down, well, we can start putting in flaps and stuff out now, can't we? So go for flaps 10. We won't put our gear out just yet. XG controls auto rich. Carburetor air temperature is cold. Propeller we can put up to 2400. Which is, trying not to miss this intercept here, right about there. So you can see it coming in now. Well, I thought I saw it coming in, but it's not. I feel like we've flown way too far for it to still be. Huh. I actually think the glide slope is coming down now. Slowly. I'm going to make a left turn in towards the localizer. Speed's getting low as well. Let's get some more flaps out. Let's put the manifold pressure back up to 90. Sorry, get the BMEP back up to 90. I'm not gonna lie, guys, I feel like I am a little bit lost now. There we go. Looking good on the power. Let's see where we are. Sorry, let's have a quick look at the charts. So we should expect to see the glide slope come down at 4 as we approach 11 DME. I feel like we must have. I have no idea how we got into this position, to be quite honest. I must have got something muddled up somewhere along the lines. Am I flying the opposite way to intercept? I'm not now. I think I thought previous that I was flying the right way. I must have not been. I can't remember which way I was flying now. I'm going to try and give myself a bit of a steeper turn here. Steeper intercept, so I can start try to see if this thing's actually going to come in. Have I tuned a Vortex? No, I didn't choose a Vortex. I decided to go with the ILS DME instead. Let's just see what happens. I may need to cheat here, I don't know. Let's see how it goes. Oh, what have I just hit? Throttle lock. There we go. Let's get flaps 20 out anyway, just in case I am right about things. The DME is still coming down. I haven't seen the localizer move at all though, which is very confusing. Let's face it, I try to do 3 people's work. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not. It's extremely challenging, I'm not gonna lie. Extremely. See, I thought I was south of the localizer. Well, I should have been. So flying 300 to intercept 270 with the localizer on my left should have been correct, right, Jersey? Now I feel like I'm north. The glide slope's coming in. The localizer's not coming in. Okay. This arrow is actually pointing to the localizer, isn't it? So why is the localizer not moving? If it's getting further to my right. So if it's over to my right here, surely the localizer. I am a bit. No! Go away, clouds! Alright, so the glide slope's going down now. So we're at 11 DME. As expected, the glide slope would come down, but we don't have the localizer. Alright, let's try this then. So if we go to ADF and tune 385. Oh, this is slow. Oh, going past it. I'm blind. 385, let's tune that. Alright, so we've got that ADF tuned. Oh, here comes the localizer now. Okay, right. Wow, okay. Cylinder head temperature's quite hot again. Oh, my BMAP's risen. Right, so let's take a left turn then. So I've got this ADF tune now for a bit of situational awareness. It's going to point to where the airport is in relation to me. So now I want to try and point, you know, basically away from the airport. So I'm going to turn to 090. And I know now the localizer, I've just flown through it, so I know for a fact I just need to take a left turn to intercept. Okay, great stuff. I'm very intrigued to see what my my line looks like. My track on the over the ground. I'm intrigued to see what that looks like. After we've done the flight here, because we've got a program tracking my progress. I've just not been looking at where I actually am. Okie dokie, so we're making a turn to intercept. Let's get the gear down now. We're at flaps 20. Let's turn to about 300 here. Three greens. Yeah, I know, right, Jersey? It's funny though, because oh dear. I fucked this up again. Hang on. I feel like I'm too... I should have turned out a bit further, I think. I think I turned too early there. Oh no, localizer's coming in. Alright. Let's do it. Oh, for God's sake. It's disconnected itself. Right at the wrong point. Okay, there we go. So hopefully it should turn into the localizer now. Hopefully that's not just messed me up even more. It looks like it's doing it. It looks like it's turning to intercept. Captured the glide slope. We're descending. Get up for flaps 30. Refresh my memory on the winds here. So winds are variable at 3 knots, so pretty light winds. Apparently it's cav okay. Cav okay on the METAR. It's not looking too cav okay to me. Let's get those landing lights down. Okay, okay. So we're at 90 BMEP, so that's looking good. Props are at 2400. Let's do the... Oh, we don't actually need to do a landing checklist. There's just an approach checklist. We'll get the cowl flaps. Where is the switch here? Cowl flaps 4 inches open. 4 degrees open, should I say. And... yeah, we're pretty much complete on the checklist. Runway is now in sight. It's looking good, guys. We've got a little bit of a high temperature on engine 1 there. We kind of have the whole way, really. It's been a bit strange the whole time. Manifold pressure is slightly different on both engines. Oh, that was just my throttle setting, I think. I think I must have nudged it. Carb air is around 0 degrees, so I don't think we're icing at all. I think we're good on the ice front. It's 0 degrees now here, so cool the vinyl warming off. We've got our icing. Oh, prop de-icer. Yeah, prop de-icer we had on, so I think we're good. I don't think we've got any icing, even though probably in icing conditions. I don't think there's any use in using carb heat at this stage. Oh, look at that, breaking through the clouds. Oh, baby. Oh, it's beautiful. Flaps coming out. Right, I'm going to take manual control in just a moment here. We'll go for flaps 50 because we're quite fast. I didn't check my my landing speeds, but that should be up here. The weight was just, we're going to go for 90,000. VREF 108. V approach 137. We're just a bit below V approach, but that's fine. Okay. Excuse me. Let's disconnect that gyro pilot. Let's land this thing. We've got 3 whites there at the moment. Let's just get a better camera here. Get this out of the way. A little bit off center line there, but we're on the glide, so we're looking fine. Maybe, Gabrielle, maybe. I'm not that keen on track IR though, to be honest. It can sometimes make things really difficult and awkward as well. I don't know. I suppose I'm not used to it though, so. Alright, so that's 2 whites, 2 reds there. Looking good. 3 reds now. I think I mistook 2 whites, 2 reds for 3 whites there. It's the lighting. Oh, look at that, we've got a new little church there as well. That must have been from the update. Alright, so we've got 3 reds, but that's fine. No issues there. We can see we're clear of any obstacles. We're looking good. Fly this thing down onto the runway and start reducing my throttles just over the numbers. I'm still not exactly sure on the protocol for that. Okay, we're down. Idle. Reverse. That was kind of nice, actually. That was kind of nice. It was getting a little bit hairy there on short final, but not bad. Not bad. I thought I was gonna struggle there with the center line, but I actually did okay in the end. Woo-wee! 150 feet per minute though. Give me that buta. No bounces as well. I think I've only done, I've done less than 10 flights in this so far, and I've bounced like maybe half of them. I didn't bounce then. I was convinced that I was going to bounce there, but did okay. Hey, thank you very much, guys. Paul says, I've only done 3 flights in the DC-6, all in IMC. Yeah, I've done a couple in the DC-6 in IMC so far, but I had the GPS, you see, so it's a lot. You have a lot better situational awareness, don't you, with a GPS? I'm still very confused as to why my throttles, like the engines are responding. Excuse me, why the engines are responding differently. I don't know if that's a bug or what. I have really no idea. If you look at the RPMs, they're still completely different. If I put the throttles to the same position, it's totally different. Okay then. So cowl flaps can go to open now. We can get the flaps all the way up. And we'll get the prop governor all the way to full. And the de-icing controls to off, prop de-icer off, airfoil heater off. You can see the temperature, the pressure dropping down there. And then it says cabin depressurized, so let's just check there. Yeah, okay. Cabin altitude is basically, well, it's actually a bit lower than where we are currently. But here we are! Beautiful. Welcome to Trondheim, guys. I honestly thought we were going to have much better weather than that on the approach. I'm looking forward to seeing what my track looked like for that. I'm going to come around and park at one of these stands which they don't have a jetway. Suppose I could park here, but down here is nicer. It's close to the terminal. Ooh, baby. I've been flying it in VR, Paul. Oh, that's pretty cool, man. I would love to have VR for this sim. I think it's the only game, really, or whatever you want to call it, that's ever made me think, actually, I kind of think I want a VR headset. It's the only thing that's ever made me think about it, really. But that was a crazy approach there. I thought, because see what happened is I was on my outbound. I was on the radial from the last VOR, I forget the name of it. And I must have been, well, I was looking at the engine parameters and stuff, wasn't I? And messing with all the other little bits that were of a concern at that point. And my intercept turn just crept up on me, didn't it? And all of a sudden we were sort of ready to turn in towards the localizer. And it was at that point where I kind of lost my bearings because I was unable to kind of keep a close tab on where we were in relation to our last fix. Oh, I've turned way too early there. So yeah, and that in combination with the fact that I couldn't see anything out the window, yeah, it just made things very difficult there. So I'm very intrigued to see what our ground track looks like when we look at it on Sim Toolkit or Volanta or wherever. But glad you enjoyed it though, Mike. Appreciate that, man. Thanks for being here, for all your help as well. Alright, where do we park? Let's go for 43 right in the middle. But yeah, we got there in the end. Yeah. It was a lot of fun. I mean, we've done literally everything manually. Everything. Like, you know, we've done the full shebang really. everything. We've done 3 people's jobs ourselves, and the engines haven't blown up. So I'm pretty happy with that. I don't know if I'll be doing it again in a hurry. I'm sure I turned these off. Yeah, I think I might use the flight engineer next time, because that is a lot to manage yourself. But it's given me a much greater understanding on, you know, a lot of the different powers you would need to use and things like that. So it's very useful. Oh dear. A bit heavy on the brakes there. Right, okay, there we go. Let's stop there. We'll get a GPU on the go. And yeah, we'll just go up here, just check we're on ground power in fact, and we're just going to switch over to ground power there. And then we are going to turn the engines off. There we go. That sound fades out very quickly, doesn't it? Okie dokie. What's my next leg? I think that's going to be it. That's going to be my last leg today. Look at my gauges. Have I had some sort of failure in 3 and 4? No, I haven't. No, it's just that there's been something. It's quite difficult to describe, but basically, so I was getting different indications from both engines. So they both still worked fine, and I flew the whole flight. And even if we look at the maintenance manager, you know, well, the engines aren't on right now, but yeah, I mean, none of them failed. We've got realistic everything on, and it was just like the throttles were behaving in different manners. So I had to have my throttles kind of like this the whole way, if that makes sense. And I'm not sure why that is. I couldn't work it out. We looked through everything. I couldn't work it out, and I think I feel like it might have been a bug, because right at the start of the stream, when I first started the engines, I used the scroll wheel to like creep these forward a bit, and I don't know if it's just like bugged it out and it's caused all the indications to be different. I'm not sure, but yeah, that's kind of what happened. It's very difficult to explain because I don't really know exactly what happened, but nothing failed. We still got there fine. We didn't, you know, fall out of the sky or anything. It was pretty cool. Okay, so parking checklist. Parking brakes are on. Mixer controls, idle, cutoff, fuel tank selectors. We can put those to off as well. Ignition switches can come to off. There we go. Inverter switches can come off as well. Oh, that's how it works. Oh, I see. Okay. So if that's off and then you turn that off, it flicks that one to the off position. Okay. Generator switches, we can turn those off here. We can use this bar as well, but I'm going to keep ground power on just for a bit here. Gust lock, we can engage that. And electrical switches and equipment controls, yeah, as required, that's fine. Okay, let's get the doors open. These passengers are extremely unhappy. We've been flying around forever. Let's bring the mechanics up and have them have a look at all of the bits and bats. The checklist for the parking is not really very long, is it? Like pitot heat can come off, obviously. Beacon light can come off. Seatbelts and no smoking. Entrance light can come on. The cabin heater master can come off. We can turn off the windshield heat as well. This we never messed with, although we could have probably used that. And I think that is about everything that I turned on. Fuel booster pumps we can actually turn off. Did I leave them on the whole flight? Maybe I did. I don't know. Can we see our fuel currently? How much fuel did we use there? We've got about 12.5 in each. So about 50... we've got about £5,000 left. Did the flight plan anticipate? Alright, let's have a look at our track anyway that we flew, guys. Let's have a look. Instrument fine in a 4-pop single-handed. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how it turned out, Mike. Yeah, get the carbs cleaned. Nah, you don't have to do that, mate. You get yourself to a hotel, mate, and take it easy, bro. Let's have a look then on Volanta and see what our track was. So if I bring up the tablets, we can review the flight. We're 9th person to arrive at Trondheim today. And here we go. So our departure, absolutely fine. And then following the VORs outbound was pretty much fine, except for this one, where I was, again, distracted setting cruise power. And we kind of missed that one. Not the cleanest intercept there, but again, fine. So this is what we did here. Oh, I understand it now. I understand it. Okay. Alright, I should have anticipated that was going to happen. But because we were on this heading out this way, I can't remember what the actual heading was. What's about 280 or something. Yeah, so because I was late at intercepting, because I was late at realizing that we were getting close to the turning base, we actually flew past the localizer, and I thought we were still on this side. I thought we were still coming down here like this. That's why the localizer bar showing off to the left was still looked okay to me. And then this is I can't remember which turn is it where we realized we were going the right way. Oh dear. Yeah, I had too much stuff to do there to try and navigate that properly, to be honest. Maybe I'll get it right next time, but we landed in the end. 160 feet per minute, 96 knots, wind 5-4 at 2 knots. So looking good. We did actually have a bit of, well, 2 knot crosswind, not really too much there. And here we are. Beautiful stuff. It took 1 hour and 38. It probably should have taken, what was it, about 1 hour and 10 minutes was on the flight plan. If we bring up the little nav map, I can explain a little better about what I mean there. So this was the anticipated track here. So I was flying at, 075. What am I on about? Did I say 280 before? 075. Yeah, basically what I did was, because I realized so late, I ended up flying, obviously past the localizer like this. Oops. Damn it. There we go. I ended up flying past it like that, rather than turning, and I kept thinking I was going to intercept it, but yeah, never mind. That was some good fun though. Let's have a quick look at Sim Toolkit as well. We'll bring up the landing report on there. So 151 feet per minute on here, 1.17 G. That's nice smooth landing for me. And then yeah, I mean, it was a little bit floaty, but still within the touchdown zone. Heading was slightly off. I felt like I had to wrestle it a little bit to get it down, but that's it. Almost on center line, 22 feet off. So not too bad at all. I think we worked quite well. I'm not even going to bother with self-loading cargo. It doesn't register the landings on here. All right. Let's see then. Let's get a nice little angle going on. This is Trondheim, by the way. This is one of the Joe Erland's airports for Aerosoft. You guys have seen it before. It's pretty amazing. Look at this. They've even added in passengers that move around. Pretty crazy. Look at it from the outside. It looks very convincing. You can see the people moving around. Pretty cool, I think. Oh, we didn't get the stairs out. We can't get out yet. There we go. Lovely stuff. Okay, let's catch up with some of the chat here. I think I missed a few bits. Saying that I programmed checklist into voice attack for the CRJ. Oh, what's that? I've never heard of that before. Well, yeah, it could be worth doing because it's quite tough when you're sort of all the, you know, the cockpit it's not really very well optimized for finding stuff and, you know, stuff being in the place where you expect it. Some things are just totally out of the way, so it'd probably be good to, yeah, have it maybe read out to you or whatever that does. But yeah, we got there in the end. It was a bit of a funny one, really. Like I say, I mean, you know, my excuse is I was doing the flight engineer's job. He's not even working today. He's slacking off, you know. So I've had to do his job, and as a result, I've not been able to navigate properly. Look, there's no flight engineer even in there. Where's he gone? But yeah, Paul, unfortunately, I like to do a couple of legs in a stream, but the stream's already been nearly 5 hours for just over 1 hour flight. So yeah, we're going to call it there. But that was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed going through everything today, and I've got a much greater understanding of stuff and what they do in the aircraft just by doing the full procedure. So yeah, it's great. I mean, I think in the future, you know, at the end of the day, the flight engineer would manage the power for you. So I think it's smart to actually delegate that to the flight engineer because it can be a bit, you know, time consuming otherwise, especially if you're flying with, you know, VORs where you need to be constantly adjusting your radios and making sure you're tracking the right one. And you know, if you're setting your power and monitoring all the temperatures and stuff like that at the same time, it can make it a bit difficult, especially on a short flight like that. Especially if it was a longer flight, it might be a bit more manageable, but on a short flight, I think it's all about the flight engineer for the power settings on, you know, takeoff cruise. But yes, Chromag, welcome to the chat, by the way. I hope you're doing well. It is a fantastic aircraft. I highly recommend it. It's a lot of fun. That's all I can really say. It's a lot of fun. And the sounds are amazing. Leon, take it easy, brother. Thank you very much for tuning in. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I'll see you again soon. Alicia, welcome to the chat from Bosnia. Hope you're doing well. Bosnia and Herzegovina, sorry. Good recovery. I think it was a decent recovery. Yeah, we got there in the end. Yeah, we got there in the end. Ian, take it easy. I'll catch you again soon. Thank you very much for tuning in. Mark, welcome to the chat. We're just finishing up here, but welcome to yourself from Calgary. Glad to have you. Thank you very much for tuning in. Mike, of course, thank you very much for tuning in as always. And yeah, Paul, take it easy. Well, thank you very much for tuning in. Let's see if I can catch up with some notifications here. So we've got Mark on Facebook. Thank you very much for following. Cromagnon himself, thank you very much for following. I hope you're well. Alamin, thank you very much for the follow. Guy, Joseph, Xenon, and Matthew, thank you very much, guys, for the follows on Facebook. I hope you're all well and having a fantastic weekend. BJ, thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. And Tom Land, thank you very much for following. Mike, I don't know if I thanked you for your 50 stars earlier on, 3 hours ago. Thank you very much, nevertheless. Very kind as always, and I appreciate all your support. Thank you very much. So that is going to be all from me for today then, guys. So yeah, everybody, thank you very much for tuning in. I hope you guys enjoyed. That was a lot of fun today, and very, very new and humbling experience. So thank you very much for tuning in, everyone, and I'll catch you in the next one. So bye for now. Peace. Ramesh, welcome. We're just finishing up, I'm afraid. I'll catch you in the next one. Gabrielle, it's a pleasure. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you very much for tuning in, as always. Mariner, if you're still in there, thank you very much for tuning in, brother. Hope you're having a fantastic afternoon. Who else we got? Scoobs, thank you very much for tuning in, brother. Tom B, thank you very much. Bailey, if you're still out there. Hendrik, thank you very much. David, Mike, of course. There's quite a few Davids. All the Davids, thank you very much for tuning in, guys. And Andy as well, thank you very much for tuning in. Martin. Ricardo C. Thamaran as well, thank you very much. Flight Aviation, if you're still there on YouTube, thank you very much for tuning in. Ramsey, of course, thank you very much, brother. And anyone else that I've missed, thanks again. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll catch you in the next one. Next stream now is probably going to be on Thursday, so I'll catch you then. Bye for now. This is Microsoft Flight Simulator, Ramesh, but we're just finishing, so feel free to look at the recording when the stream is finished. If you go to check the if you go to check my channel after about a few minutes after the stream, you should be able to view a recording. Or if you go to my YouTube channel, you can actually rewind this live stream and watch it back if you want.